Hello, everybody. Good evening to you for those who are in the time zone where it is evening, and good afternoon to people who are in the time zone where it is afternoon. Good to have you all here, and congratulations for making it this far towards the exams of the mini MBA program. Big congratulations to you. I know it has been a lot of hard work and all the assignments and all the courses and the teamwork and all of that. Again, it's just a tip of the iceberg and to give you a blueprint of what you should be doing as an executive, as an entrepreneur, and a professional. So here we are to do the examination, and the examination is not for me to judge you whether you are good or you are bad. No, that is not it. This is a professional lifestyle examination where you just need to demonstrate your ability to make good use of the knowledge you have learned and how you will use it in your life, in your career, in your family, in your business, wherever you are. So I want to tell you that nobody is here to judge you. Nobody is here to say you're bad. What I want to see is progress. I want to see process. I want to see that, you did your best. I want to see that you're hungry to become better. You're hungry to make good use of the knowledge that you have learned. As I always say, relevant knowledge is useless until you make it useful, until you take the actions and begin to practice. Okay, that is the purpose. And as I shared in the WhatsApp group, we will be grading you, looking at your ability to make good use of all of these into 5 core areas. We are looking at your PowerPoint quality, and I've expressed this many times. You cannot be an entrepreneur. You cannot be a business person. You cannot be a professional, and you cannot do a PowerPoint presentation. It's very, very important. It's an important skill. So we're looking at the quality of your PowerPoint presentation, and then we'll be looking at the general content quality. I want us, when you from the first page to the last page, we want to see the quality of your content. Is it scanty? Is it well structured? Are there so? Is there value in the content in general? Don't just go and squash something up and down and then bring it. It doesn't make sense, because in the marketplace, if you are presenting a PowerPoint presentation before investors, before clients, before a market, you need to present content that makes sense. You need to present something that people can look at and understand what they're presenting and see that you command some level of authority. So we're looking at all of that. We also want to see people that put some work into that. They want to look at the presentation skills, how you talk, and then everybody presenting, please when you're presenting, put your camera on. Okay, put your camera on. I forgot. The internet has issues. So we need to confirm from our end that you're trying to talk is not going, because we always put camera off in case internet issues. But we want to see camera on, because that is part of rating your confidence. We want to see your face, right? That reminds me, I planned to put my camera on so you could see me too while I'm giving this instructions, right? So you will need to put your camera on. You see me? Okay, I'm having my San Francisco background here. So you need to put your camera on so that we can see your facial expression. I want to see your body movement. I want to see an executive talking, an entrepreneur talking. I want to see something, right? Yeah, so nobody's going to crucify you, but just be you, all right? But let us feel you, enjoy you, and see that you know what you're talking about. So your presentation skills, very important. And for somebody like me, is very important to me. I love executives and entrepreneurs who can present well, because it's a very powerful skill. I always say something funny. If I apply for anything, if the devil doesn't want me to get that thing, don't give me the opportunity to talk, right? If I have to open my mouth, I'll get it. Because when you master presentation, you speak to the hearts of people and you always get what you want. So I want to see presentation skills, charisma, confidence, facial expression, All of that, very important. Then the fourth thing is the action plan, how to implement the knowledge. So when you reach at that particular point, I want to see clarity, I want to see process, I want to see really how you take this knowledge from your brain into your organization, into your business, into your life, whatever you're doing. I want to see that process, that plan, how you're going to transfer that knowledge into something significant. And then, of course, time management and how concise you do your presentation, okay? The precision is very important. Like you already know, for example, action plan point 4 is more important than point 2. That's a tip for you. So I'll prefer you spend more time on action plan than general presentation, because we gave you the cost, so we know the content. We know the content. That's a fact. And this one thing in business you need to know. There's certain things that you can anticipate that your audience already know. Make sure you give them what they don't know. So your action plan is what we don't know. So for you to be concise, move a lot of your time into action plan. So be brief in general content, but when you get to action plan, be brief in the lessons learned, because we know that you learn those lessons, right? Spend more time on the action plan, because we don't know that that's what is being created by you. The timing and all of that is created by you. So we want to see that. That's what it's meant to be concise and effective in the right areas. So you manage your 8 minutes properly and do a good job and enjoy it. Okay, enjoy it. It's being recorded, so at the end you can go on YouTube and screen record and cut your part, and you never know, put it on your YouTube channel, share it on Facebook. You never know who can see it and like you or want to do business with you. Okay, all right, everybody. So that is it. Is there any question for me so far? If not, we go straight to the first person. Any question? So the team of BMD Africa, Mr. Ngong Emmanuel, Ngome Emmanuel, Mr. Ngong Teresh, and then Laurentine, they will be coordinating the examination while I do the behind the scenes reviewing and all of that. Okay, good. So if there's no question, my job is to use my critical eyes and mind to dig deep into what you're saying, to look at your eyes, look at your body movement, and see whether you are ready for the outside world, right? And that, why do I say this? You know, I hope you know this. When you go through any of my programs, you have access to request recommendation letter from me. You want to do, you're going for investors, you're going for scholarship, whatever you need, and you need a recommendation letter, feel free to always reach out to me that you need a recommendation letter, right? So I will happily write a recommendation letter for you, because you have gone through a program, I know you, and all of that is important. So I want to pay attention to what you're saying, to know that if someday I'm recommending you, I'm recommending somebody who will go and do well and defend the name. Okay, good. Okay, I see a hand up. Yes, Madam Yengo, go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Dr. Joybert. I just wish to find out, I see a list of 5 names published. Are the rest of the people going to be later on?
Yes, as we are proceeding, we'll be giving the update to the group, so just pay attention in the group. Remember that one of the programs that we do is agility and surprise, because I like people to adopt the mindset of surprise, okay? So just pay attention. As we get to the 3rd name, you'll see the next list coming up until the end, okay? Good. So, Laurentine, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Yes. You're having background noise. I think yes. Are you signed up in 2 phones, or there's somebody beside you who is on the call? One of the 2.
Can somebody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, executive, and welcome. We are beginning our presentation right away. Our first presenter, like Dr. have said, we are looking at your quality of PowerPoint. We are looking at your general confidence level. We are looking at your content. We are looking at your skills, how you're going to apply what you have learned. That's the implementation plan, and how you manage your time. So please, let's be conscious with this as we start. So the first presenter is Bimbo Sharon. You have 8 minutes if you are there. Sharon, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, so your time starts now.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening, Doc. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Bimbo Sharon Angwi. I'm from Group 1 and presenting for my mini MBA program. So the lessons that I've learned from the various modules and the action plans. Please permit me to share my screen.
Yes, go ahead and share your screen. It's open for you to share. Perfect.
So the first module is the idea validation module. And what I learned from the idea validation module is that before you want to bring an idea into fruition, before you want to implement a business idea, you need to do a very proper analysis before you implement the idea. And going through the idea validation module, I also learned the importance of having a clear description for your business. By so saying, I mean like clear description as in your business name, the location of your business, your target audience, and all of that. So my action plan, as far as the idea validation module is concerned, where I currently work, we deal with a lot of services of flight tickets, services DHL, courier services, and the rest. And we actually plan on adding more services. So with the knowledge that I gained from the business idea validation module, I'm going to apply all the steps because, like I said, we plan on adding more services to the services that we already offer. So I'm going to use the business idea validation module and apply all the steps that I learned. I think there are like 20 steps, if I'm not making a mistake, and to analyze the idea if it's good enough, or if it's not good enough, we'll not apply. If it's good enough, we'll go ahead and apply the idea. So that's it for the business idea validation module. Secondly, we have the marketing and public relations module. For this module, I learned how to create and implement a marketing system, and also the key elements of an effective public relations. And for my plan of action for this, as far as marketing and public relations is concerned, I'll implement the following at my current workplace. Firstly, I'll improve on our company's corporate communication. That is, I'll try to improve on how our company communicates with other institutions. I'll also improve on the media relationship by improving on our online presence and our online engagements. And thirdly, I'm going to improve on our community relationships. I'll make sure that our company engages in community service and community activities so that we can also be known at the community level. The third is the customer acquisition module. Under this module, I learned about search engine optimization and how to build strategy and action to attract the customer. And my plans for what I learned for this module are, I'm going to, since I don't know search engine optimization, I'll get an expert who can help on that to optimize our websites, because currently my company has 3 websites running, and I'm going to get an expert to help in optimization of our websites for search engines. We also work on building an online community, and we also run paid ads on social media and other platforms. We have been doing so, and we have already started with the paid ads and on social media and other platforms, and we have really been seeing the results. They have really been positive. So we are going to increase the budget, because we noticed that since we started running paid ads, our client base online has drastically increased. So we are going to put in more money for our online ads and social media platforms. And we also constantly create relevant social media content that's to engage our online market and our online customers. Next module is assessing emerging markets. What I learned for this module is the elements that validate an emerging market and the business expansion framework. And my action plan for this module is to identify the areas within our business that needs help the most. I'll also identify the areas within our business that needs immediate and long-term acceleration. Thirdly, I'll identify areas within our business that have the best chances for a new market for growth so that it can give us the opportunity to expand. And it can give us the opportunity to expand. I'll establish I'll try our results, I'll improve on them, and then I'll implement. The next module
Please,
Hello.
Yes, we are not getting. Yeah, I can hear you now. Continue.
So the network is breaking.
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you now.
Okay. Did you get me when I was talking about assessing emerging markets?
Yes, please.
Okay. The next is entrepreneurial leadership. Sorry. And what I learned is habits of an entrepreneurial leader and how entrepreneurial leadership affects an organization. My action plan is to build good relationships with people who can positively affect my behavior. Observe.
All right, your time is off. Thank you so much. Your time is off. Thank you so much for your presentation. Well done. Please, you can stop sharing your screen so that the next person continues. Okay, do we have Linui Leslie?
Yes, Lenny Leslie is present.
All right, so you're welcome, and I wish you all the best. Your time starts now.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Doctor. Good evening, dear executives.
Good evening. Good evening.
Okay, I'll be presenting on the final examination for mini MBA June 2022 session. Here we have the various modules that we are supposed to work on. And I will start with the first one, which is idea validation. Here, the first thing I learned is that in any business, one needs to describe how much time he or she is willing to put in and the sacrifice to see the business succeed. And here, as my action plan, I'm giving in the greatest hard work and sacrifice that I can offer to make sure that my startup grows. For example, I now dedicate 95% of my time working for my startup, for going, hanging out with friends, no time for leisure or drinking of alcohol as before.
Oh, please, 1 minute. We are not seeing your PowerPoint well. It's just part of it.
It's part of it. Let me see. Is it okay now?
Not still. Okay, it's okay.
Okay, thank you so much. So the second lesson too I learned on the idea validation is that as an executive, I need to, that as an executive, the first thing I need to do is to identify and validate the customer's need. That is, if they are willing to pay for the solution I'm bringing into the market. And here, my startup discovered that most of the products which most people who produce peanuts, which I do, for which I'm doing for now as one of the product of my startup, is that they produce in bottles which ranges from 1,000 francs to 3,000 francs per bottle, making it difficult for the poor and the average to afford. Here, the startup is now producing peanuts of 100 francs per sachet, and this has been opening ways and permitting people of all classes to willingly buy and eat peanuts with any amount above 100 francs. And most of my points of sales have confirmed this. The next model, which is marketing and public relations. Here, as an executive, one needs to know and pay attention to how the public view the product from the startup. And here what I'm doing is that my ears are always on ground to listen and review customers' complaints and compliments as per my product, that is the peanut, and improve on it where necessary to favor the startup. Secondly, the company also needs to create a strong relationship with the press. Here, I am trying to identify some of the media men, like some of my colleagues in meeting houses and ex-student association and family relation who work with the press and build a strong relationship with them. The next model is assessing emerging market. One of the elements that is needed here is to venture into a new market, is to assess market history, insight, and foresight. Here, I need to revisit and visit my potential prospects who said they were retailing peanuts before and have stopped, to know why. This will help me to avoid falling into the same trap or making the same errors they made. Another thing I learned here is that I also need to track economic policies and think long term. Here, I intend to visit the tax headquarters before the end of this year, latest December 10th, 2022, to find out policies regulating my business sector and get the startup registered and start paying taxes or declare zero profit in order to avoid future embarrassment by the tax officials. The next module, which is entrepreneurial leadership. I've learned here that an entrepreneurial leader must be a careful or keen listener. Here, I intend to always listen to my clients, employees, mentors, and others, and try to analyze and integrate the relevant facts or proposals or pieces of advice I get from them before improving or concluding on the quality of my product. I also intend to listen to employees and specialists and experts on my business sector. I've also learned that an entrepreneurial leader must be able to identify opportunities. Here, I need to acquire skills in identifying opportunities where others see none. Always have the mindset of identifying opportunities when others are discouraged, see chaos and hardship, and so on. With customer acquisition, I've also learned that one of the customer acquisition strategies I've learned is that of direct mails. To apply this in my business, I will target the following zones and more from stores to store, shop to shop, roadside vendors with my product in the zone of Bonanjo, Aqua, Bonaprizo here in Douala in the month of September, with a target of getting not less than 300 new points of sales that will be retailing my or peanuts from my startup. Another lesson learned is that of trade shows. Here, I will go to at least 3 trade shows with my products and flyers to share to prospect customers and get their contacts.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Leslie. Well done. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you, madam.
So much. Just stop sharing your slides so that the next person can take over.
Okay.
All right, the next person is Executive Obasejo. Executive Obasejo, are you there?
I'm there.
Okay, great. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good
evening, Doctor.
Good evening.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good evening, Doctor. Good evening, fellow executives. I am Executive Javnyuy Joybert, the head teacher of Le Marseille Bilingual Nursery and Primary School, Bolamusadi, and co-owner of Visionary Evening School, Koto. Please permit me to share my screen.
Yes, go ahead and share your screen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll give you some modules to present on lessons learned and our plan of action for the modules. So I'll go directly to the first, which is idea validation module. I learned that to launch a new product in the market, I need to do a thorough research and not just work on assumption. The second lesson learned is that I should be certain that the product I want to launch solves an existing problem, and also that people are willing to pay for the service immediately. My plan of action to launch this product. I am planning to launch a language center at my evening school. Before launching it, based on what I learned on idea validation, my team and I will enter into the field to take down information, to find out if people are really interested in it, to find out also if the price that we are willing to offer the service for is everyone can afford it. Marketing and public relations. I learned about corporate communication. That is very important that your business is able to communicate with other businesses around you. And also about media relations. That is important to have a good contact with someone in a press outlet for positive publication for your business. My plan of action for this, I will establish.
Please, we cannot really see your PowerPoint. I don't know what is happening. It's just beeping. It's like, I don't know. Okay.
I don't know, maybe it's, I don't know if it's electricity problem or I don't know.
Okay, just go ahead.
I don't know. Okay, my plan of action for marketing and public relations. I will establish communication with other businesses directly, that will directly impact my school. For example, in my school, I have a restaurant by it. So I will work with the proprietors of a restaurant, which will be able to supply food to my students. And I'll also work together with the day school, which will help me to register my children for the government exams. We'll also share resource persons, which will be able to help me to teach my students certain subjects. My neighbor is a senior media official at STV, and I will leverage our relationship to advertise my school. Assessing emerging markets. I learned two things. The first is elements that validate an emerging market: growth and investment potential, high rate of economic growth, increase in income per capita and consequently GDP, increase in development in core infrastructure, and the vibrancy of youth population. Second thing I learned is the practical framework to assessing emerging markets. My plan of action for assessing emerging markets. I will increase development in our core infrastructure. Thus, we'll renovate our benches, get modern benches and comfortable ones. We'll tiles our classrooms to make the students that are studying there comfortable. And I'll also leverage professional network, like collaborating with other actors in my field, in the educational sectors, so that this can be possible, so I will not have a financial constraint. Entrepreneurial leadership. I learned that entrepreneurial leaders take risks, and risks that can benefit the enterprise. And the second thing I learned is also that entrepreneurial leaders, they listen to employees, clients, mentors, and others, and do not take decisions based on their own understanding and fact situations. So my plan of action for entrepreneurial leadership. I will improve on my communication and critical thinking skills. That's why I took upon this program, the mini MBA. I will attend some business events and seminars this year. I will also leverage innovation by training students on soft skills such as Microsoft Office and C programming, because I'm an expert in computer engineering. Customer acquisition strategy. lessons I learned. If your website is well optimized, your business can be seen all over the world. When anyone types a keyword that matches your business. So the strength of your SEO enables people to find your business easily. Content marketing, creating intelligent write-up, which in process you attach your services to it. The more content and creation you write, the more people will visit your content and start inquiring about your services. So my plan of action for customer acquisition strategy. I will pay for a website in September. I will get a professional to work on my site and also to carry out search engine optimization, since that's not my field of expertise. I'll also keep optimizing the site to keep my school visible online. I will start writing intelligent educational content regularly. I will leverage this intelligent content to expose my school to potential customers. I will post this content on my social media accounts. I will also do a Facebook pay ads. How to conquer irrelevance. Gain deep and comprehensive knowledge. It is important to learn and have new skills and new knowledge in the field that you are. For example, me, I'm in the educational sector. So I will learn, I will read books that concerns my sector, and I'll also learn from people that are more that have knowledge than I do, and I also receive advice from them. I'll also leverage some mentorship. I'll seek a right mentor that will build me, that will help me, since I'm a new player in this field.
Okay.
My plan of action to conquer.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll keep on reading books and watching educational content
Time is
on the educational. Well, okay, thank you.
well done. Well done. Okay, please stop sharing your screen so that the next person just take over. Okay. The next person is Nakun Virginia. Is she there? Can somebody hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you.
Is Virginia there?
Hear me? Hello?
Yes, please.
All right.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me just share. So good evening, executive. I'm Virginia Nakun, and I am an event planner and a traveling agent personnel. So please confirm with me if you can see my screen. Can you see my screen?
No, we can't see your screen, neither your face.
Oh, all right. Okay. So as I'm trying to set up my screen right here, I will just go ahead and tell you what I've learned. So I structure my work in two ways. So I'll just give you exactly what I've learned. And after that, I'm gonna give you the action plan at the end. So talking of idea validation, I was able to learn that your idea needs to be clearly stated so that you can easily sell it to somebody. Like if somebody asks you what you are doing, within 2 or 3 minutes, you have to let the person know exactly, be precise and concise with what you are doing. So with marketing and public relationship, you have to know how to communicate, how to relate with people, how to engage whenever you meet new people, how to talk with them, and how to sell yourself. And accessing emerging market, we have different steps that we had to follow. So I was able to learn how to access market history, insight, and foresight. So you know what others that have done that thing can do it better, what they did, what were their challenges, so that when it comes to your turn, you can conquer those challenges and set up new goals so you will not fall in the same trap as them. So
your PowerPoint.
yeah, you're not seeing it?
Yes.
Oh, hold on. I thought I was sharing already. Mm. Mm. Hmm. All right, it's kind of still loading from my end, but since I have a time limit, I would just like to uh, keep presenting what is doing that, if it's okay.
Yes, go ahead.
All right, cool. So how to conquer irrelevance, determine which channel to use, the measures for each channel, what you can give and what you can take. And I want to highlight here that while going through this program, I didn't just wait to finish so that I can establish my action plan or what I'm going to do for my business. And one thing that I was doing while going through this program is one key thing was I learned how to sell my services. Before, in this place, I'm in the Philippines right now, and I always bring people here for free. But I got to learn in this program that you have to make money from what you can do. So I decided to establish a travel agency called MP Travel Agency. With that, I've been able to set up a structure, and going through this program, I learned how to use Canva, and I've also done my Canva page where I share on the stature and I share on every group in which I am into. So my next action plan within this is to build up a team. That is my action plan, because so far I've just been working on my own and it has been so tedious. But I was able to learn through this program that building up a team will make it look more concrete. It will make it look more structure, so that it will be a real organization and not just a bunch of passion put together. So um, it's so challenging as I'm not sharing my screen, but I would also like as my action plan to get a coach that can guide me on my vision, because I'm not an expert in everything, so that when I engage in the next step of my traveling agency, knowing what is needed for paperwork, for relevance, I can be guided to make sure that everything I do is legit and precise, so that it will run for a long time. Because if not, I can just do it for 1 year, 6 months, and then that will be it. But having a coach, having someone that is an expert in this field will help me implement and build a name that can last even for a decade. So that is it for my work as a summary. I will just end here since I can share. I'll just end here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your presentation. Well done. Okay, we are looking at the last presenter for the first set of people. Atta Isido. Do we have Atta Isido?
Yes, I'm on board.
All right, so your time starts now, 7:45.
Can I write on?
Please.
Can I write on?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Good evening, doctor. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Can you people see my screen?
Yes, but there's nothing showing.
You can't see the slides?
No. Still loading.
Okay, I'm sure it's still loading. So let me just write on. So my work is divided into two sections. That is, first, I have the 2 key lessons learned from all the models. So from the first model, which was idea validation, the first lesson that I learned from idea validation is in any business I want to do, first I need to know my business offer, because it is what makes my customer understand what I'm offering as a business. And then the second is I need to always know the income level of my target market. If not, I will design a product or a service that is excellent, but I will be unable to sell to the market I'm targeting because maybe it's so expensive. Then the second model, which is marketing and public relations. The first lesson is that marketing helps me speak the language of my customers and give them transformation with the way I communicate my product and service to them. It gives them the notion that I am an authority in the field I am functioning.
Please, we can still see your slides.
I'm sure it's still loading. What's happening?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I still good public relations without good service or product is a waste of time. That is, before doing all the public relations and the marketing, I need to first of all have a good product. If not, I will do good marketing and have a very good relation with the public, but my product, which is not good, is going to sabotage my reputation. Then the third model, which is assessing emerging market. To assess emerging market, you need to, I will need to know the market history, to know where the market is coming from, and also know the insight of the market and the experience the market and what is the market is experiencing at that moment. And it's going to help me and give me foresight to know where the market is going to. I also need to leverage on professional networks and collaborate to access emerging market. That is, I will need to attend access professional platform, even attend seminars with things that are to do with my industry. Then the fourth lesson, which was entrepreneurial leadership. I learned that as an entrepreneurial leader, you must have vision of what your business is all about and how you are going to serve stakeholders and how to articulate the vision in order to inspire others to join the vision I have. Then I also learned that as an entrepreneur leader, we need to manage risks instead of minimizing the risk, because in that risk, then most people are minimizing. It may lies an opportunity that if you can succeed to good. I learned the two lessons I learned is that I will put that I need to use search engine to position my company or my business online in order that it can easily be accessed from any part of the world. I also learned that affiliate marketing is a very Then model 6, how to conquer irrelevances. I learned that to be relevant, you need to take meaningful actions and make meaningful actions that matters to your organization or customers. And to conquer again irrelevancies, you need to acquire mastery. Model 7, personal branding. The two lessons I learned is that a strong branding gives you ability, gives you credibility, visibility in a competence environment. The second lesson, a good personal brand establish a good reputation and build trust. Building competence team. A good team is a living system of every productive organization. The second lesson, to be a good team leader, you must show responsibility of active presence. Then now the action plan, how I'm going to practice all what I've learned throughout all these models. First, I work in a civil engineering company, and from the knowledge I acquire from idea validation, first the product I will design my customers need to have access to it effortlessly. In my marketing and public relations sector, I will make sure I create good connections with the authorities in my industry to learn from their expertise and experience. This will also help create awareness to the potential market. Then for my studies of emerging market, I will always assess.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. Your time is all right. Thank you so much for those who have been able to present so far. The first set of people, please, if you have presented, don't leave the group. We are going to give information at the end of the class, and it's very important to learn from others. That's a message that is coming from Doc. If you have presented, don't leave the group. We are 33 of us. For no reason should the number go below 33. All right, I will be handing over to my colleague to continue with the next set of people. Mr. Ngongterish, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Good evening, everyone. So the next few minutes, we are going to have the following people present. I'll read your names out so that you can get ready while we move on to the next person. So we have the following executives: Any Olive Teacher, Chantal Eba, Shu Vanessa, Fro Delphine, and Kamonan Courage. So get ready in that order. So Executive Amy Olive, the floor is yours. You have 8 minutes to go. Your time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. I'm called Teacher Olive. I'm a sales and marketing expert, a business coach, and an entrepreneur. So I'm going to start first with the lessons from the different models and later on go to the action steps. Now, the first model from idea validation, the first lesson I learned from idea validation is the aspect of being able to solve problems, problem solving. So as an entrepreneur, as a business person, I should be able to have these skills because that is what is going to be able to help me solve the problems of my customers and my clients. And having an idea, I should be able to note that this idea is actually solving a problem out there. So it's my idea solving a problem out there. So this is a very particular key lesson. And moving ahead, I learned also about having a good product design. So my product design is actually going to help me identify opportunities and unlock different innovation and improve also on my business. So there are always problems out there, but how good is my product to be able to solve those problems? So this is one key lesson I also learned from this idea validation. And moving to the next module, which is marketing and public relations. The very first key lesson I learned is being able to build corporate communication. So building corporate communications, I learned about two aspects, which I have the internal and the external audience. How good am I to be able to communicate with the internal and external audience, which is going to help me build what a strong brand identity. And the second lesson learned from this module is connecting to the media. Normally, connecting to the media is going to help me give me a good visibility and also a large audience, could be able to connect to TV stations and also have influencers, bloggers, which is also related to my brand. So creating connection with these different media outlets is going to help my business to be portrayed well on the media. The third module, which is accessing emerging markets, the first lesson learned is the emerging market should be able to have a future for my business. Does the emerging market actually have a future for my business? So this implies that I can be able to identify an emerging market that I will need to do feasibility studies and carry out research to be able to identify the growth of that market. So how good, what do the entrepreneurs, what do the different business persons, because that is what I'm actually looking at. Is that actually an emerging market for me? Then I can be able to go ahead with it. The second lesson learned from this is establishing a startup course. This is one of the most difficult aspects when you want to start a business. You have to come up with a startup course. So deciding to start a business is exciting, but coming up with this course can be very stressful. So my business cannot be launched without having a startup course. And I need to do or to come up with things that I'm going to be spending money on that will actually identify that I will want to launch this product fully. The next model is entrepreneurial leadership. The very first lesson is being able to discover my purpose as an entrepreneur. Even as an individual, if you are not able to identify your purpose in life, then you are going to move astray. Definitely goes with any business person and an entrepreneur. So it's going to give me a sense of direction. It's going to help me determine what is actually meaningful to me. So what am I actually passionate about? This is what is going to identify that I'm actually following the course of my purpose as an entrepreneur. The second lesson is identifying opportunities in the midst of challenges. In every challenges, there is always an opportunity as an entrepreneur to identify. So being able to identify these opportunities in difficult situations, it always seems impossible, but for any entrepreneur, it's always possible. So this is one particular lesson which I discovered and have to take it very much critical. The next module we have is customer acquisition strategy. And the very first lesson I learned is the idea of search engine optimization. search engine optimization, which I have not yet implemented in my business. And this is one of the most important aspects when it comes to customers acquisition. So it helps to boost actually my website traffic, so I can be able to gain more conversions for my business. And also it is going to help to optimize my site and being able to rank it on the different search engines. So considering that we have about 75% of people that they always go past the first pages when we have on different search engines, and being able to implement this into my business, then it's going to help me go a long way. The second lesson I learned is being able to build the strategy actions to attract and convert new customers. So this is the aspect of sustainability. In every business, it's not just all about starting that business, but how good is that business going to be sustainable? So I need to identify this particular part. What strategy am I going to be taking, and the actions to actually attract and convert new customers? I should be able to note that sustainability is one key aspect that cannot be left out as far as my business is concerned. We move to the next module, which is how to conquer irrelevance. So the very first lesson I learned on this aspect is being able to avoid procrastination. Procrastination has actually killed a lot of businesses out there. And with procrastination, it makes you become irrelevant. So this is actually going to build a relevant brand for me. So it doesn't necessarily require me to procrastinate. So if I'm going to overcome this particular aspect, so I should be able to perform my tasks, and I should be able to do it at a time which I have set if I actually want to stay relevant in the market. And the second lesson is achieving more mastery. Achieving more mastery means that I have to learn new skills. I have to improve on the ones that I already have. And one aspect is I need to be able to read books. I need to be able to watch YouTube videos that concerns what I'm doing. I need to be able to leverage on mentorship. So achieving all these skills and sacrifice commitment is going to take a long way to be able for me to attain this aspect. The next model is personal branding for executives. First lesson I learned from this part is a good brand has to create more visibility. So with a good personal brand, it's going to help me give more visibility for my business. So when people actually notice my brand, they will become more interested.
All right. Thank you. Your time is up. Please, can you stop sharing your screen so that the next person can take over? Executive Chantal Eba.
Wonderful.
Executive Chantal Eba, the floor is yours.
I'm sorry, my Executive Chantal Eba.
Your time starts now. You have 8 minutes for your presentation.
Please let me share my screen, please. On the end of the MBA program, and my work is segmented into 2 key lessons. Key lessons for the model implementation.
What's going on, Teresh?
Yes, sir. I don't know. Maybe I don't know that network that is disturbing her because I can't get anything.
Chantal, you're muted.
I'm so sorry.
Stop your video. Your internet bandwidth is not strong. Stop your video. Can you present? Can you show your screen? Can you share your screen?
It's disturbing. When I'm trying to share my screen, not accepting.
Go ahead and present.
Okay, the key lessons learned during the module. We have idea validation. The key lessons learned during idea validation are market research and product market fit. And the next is marketing and public relations. Here we'll be looking at the lead generation system and the corporate communication. Assessing emerging markets. Key lessons learned here are validation of an emerging market, framework to assessing emerging market. Entrepreneurial leadership. Key lessons learned here are habits of an effective entrepreneurial leadership, the traits of an entrepreneurial leader. Customer acquisition strategy. Acquisition strategies and customer acquisition strategy course are the lessons learned. How to conquer irrelevance. The lessons learned here are of how to upgrade your digital skills and to believe in yourself and exude confidence. We have personal branding for executives. Here we are looking at the lessons learned at the commandment of building a profitable brand and how to be a top-notch personal brand. We have building competent teams. We are looking at the competence of high-performing team and the standard systems to be implemented. Now we go now to the second section of the presentation, which is the implementation plan. I take the case study of a microfinance where I work. So the implementation plan for idea validation. I'll develop an idea of a new service to offer to our members, which will be to finance petty traders. I'll design questionnaires to get members' impression about the new service. Next action is design an action plan on how to achieve sustainable results. Next, I'll present these results from the findings to my board of directors and indicate the benefit of the new idea to both members and the credit union. Get the approval of the board, then implementation of IDM. Marketing and public relations. Yeah, I identify my target members, who are these petty traders, and introduce to them our new service. Second is design marketing strategy to be used in order to achieve results. Get connected with different Jangi houses and introduce a new services. Build a strong relationship with members and have an active social media presence. Accessing emerging market. I'm identifying an emerging market, and doing this, when I studied this course, I had to go and start searching for where our services could be welcome, and I discovered one. I saw one at Dobo, a new broken market, which consists of importers. So there I saw that we could have a business there. So we are introducing the new service to the importers there. Study the business trend of the targeted market and ensure our services fit into market demands. Leverage on our already existing members to get more members. Entrepreneurial leadership. As a branch manager, I'll have to build a strong and resilient team and engage them in their participation plan. Organizing a weekly review meeting with my team members to evaluate performance. Clearly state vision to team, which is to boost membership and to boost loan portfolios and maximize income. Designate resources to effectively carry out their activities. Keep the plan of work alive by rewarding hard work. Customer acquisition strategy. Here, identify customer, focus on business, which my focus is on business people. Evaluate the various acquisition strategy and choose the ones that best fit our target market. For us, is we go better with social media and traditional advertisement. Design flyers indicating the services we offer to attract members. How to conquer irrelevance. Here, I'll carry an in-depth study of the microfinance sector of Cameroon by reading renowned authors' books, have a mentor, and follow news broadcasts. The next is understand the OHADA law on microfinance, COBAC regulation, and my institution's internal policy so as to perfectly master my workplace. Build an excellent network with key players of my institution. Create credible work systems to boost our membership and loan portfolios. Personal branding for executives. Figure out what I am passionate about, my likes and interests, and align them to my job. Grow my social footprint by creative profiles that reflect my passions. Choose my target audience, create and optimize my personal website, have a content strategy, have a visibility strategy. Building competent teams. Yeah, I'll create sub-teams and clearly outline rules and responsibilities with duration and expected results. Have a weekly review of work done so far and reward performance. Build an incredible communication system with team members. Build mutual trust and respect among staff and hierarchy. Make use of team management software such as Zoom in order to better communicate. I have come to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Excellent. Yeah, good time manager. Executive Shu, Vanessa, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Vanessa.
Good evening, executive. Good evening, Doc. I will start my presentation. I'm sure my time is now. Can I go ahead? I don't know if I can go ahead. Are you guys getting me?
You can go ahead. I gave you the go ahead already. The time is
okay. All right. Okay. All right. After going through all the various modules, I really took an opportunity to design a project for my business and for my company where I work as a branch manager. That's where Compare RC. I use an opportunity to bring out a project which is to win back customers and sales of decoders. I use a case study which is Swecom PLC. Now, we have the presentation of our view. We have idea validation, marketing and public relations, assessing emerging markets, entrepreneurial leadership, customer acquisition strategy, how to conquer irrelevance, personal branding for executive and building competence team. All right, now the objective of this, my project, which is still under the various modules studied, I have some of the objectives, which is to increase sales of decoders, win back these clients who left us, and integrate into new zones, increase our visibility in the field, and increase our customer base, integrate analog clients to decoder clients. Now, our first topic, which is idea validation, how I really use idea validation as a profit to my company. One, I first of all use one of the topics, which was a problem your business organization is solving. Now, I use that in order to identify the various problems which Swecom PLC is facing. As you can see, I drafted out some few problems, which I made mention of poor quality images of clients using analog images, problems of parental control of kids, viewing any channels on analog, just to name a few. Now, I go under the second one, which is second point under idea validation, which was to describe how my product or services or the problem I have identified is going to really meet up and solve the problems of the customer, which I still stated out, and I make mention that I follow them till the end, where I mentioned the issue of poor images of a client using analog. I used a solution which was to bring in the decoder, imagine all analog clients to get a decoder. And using the process is very easy, which is using the HDMI cables to solve their issues of poor images. Because using the HDMI cable with your decoder, it makes the visibility and the quality very different. Just to name some few solutions of all the problems I've mentioned, you can see them on the slide. Now, under marketing and public relations, I choose two components, which I choose. The first one was building a marketing system lead generation, which you can see below is a flyer which I personally designed for our company so we can use in order to attract customers in the field and to do a step-to-step prospection, which we're carrying out. We're doing it for this, especially this holiday period. I personally built out a flyer, which was our first step. The second step, which these flyers is on our website already, and we share them with our Facebook groups and our WhatsApp groups. Now we have a third step, which is marketing the team who go around, building a team who go around and prospect and inform people about our services using the same flyer which I designed. And we have also a TV advertisement using our channels, which is one of our channels, My Major Prime, to showcase our decoders. Sometimes we always go for we choose any program on our channel, which we want to really like feature, the program that is the most watched. We want to feature in the program we decide, and then we'll make an arrangement with the team in charge and we present the product, which is one of the things I took upon myself this after going through this model to really like focus on. Now, the second point was using the digital component to enhance public relations, effective website. Like I earlier said, we have put on an effective website on the system where when you go into that website, you have a number they call the call center. When you call the call center now, the call center would direct you, maybe get information about where you're located and where you are, what you really want, and bring it back to the various agency which you need to be. You need to be treated well. So that's the most effective website communication we really use in order to talk with our customers using the website and social media platforms. Like even the WhatsApp, we have a WhatsApp group for most of our customers. Now, assessing emerging markets, I had to choose 2 points there, which is the growth and investment potentials. We now look at the points in the various points in which we can really like invest more and find out if really those places we are investing can really bring us back some kind of profit. Like using the case of, I'll use the case of where my agency is, using the case of Bonaberry, where another point I used was a vibrant youthful population, which we at each and every day we sell decoders because the youth are not into analog again, but they are interested in using decoders now because they see the importance of getting more channels on decoder rather than going in the archaic way of using analogs again. So Bonaberry has really been one of the market in which we sell more. So, and some of the assessing some of the parts where we know that there are a lot of youth, that's where we go in for youthful population, vibrant youth. That's where we go in and sell more. Now, looking at the another module, which is talking about entrepreneurship leadership, I have some issues with that same model, which I knew that I think it really impacted more, and I'm using it more often, which was the first one was implementing new ideas. Anytime I get new ideas for me to implement, I was just so very scared because I'll ask myself if really that idea was really good for me to implement, but I will not know the steps to take to find out if that idea is good. Now I had to use these various steps, which is getting the idea, increase about do a research about the idea and check if the idea is solving a problem or if it's going to give an impact in our organization. So I seek advice from top management and then I take action. from that. And then I have also the issue of managing risk. At times when I get risks, I'll see myself minimizing them or running away from the risks because it was not that easy. But going through this module, it was easy for me to manage which I still had to access the risks and seek for advice and apply solutions. Now let's go on the customer acquisition strategy. Our first one, which was our traditional advertisement, which we used. Like I earlier said, we designed flyers, we used a TV advert, and then we had under the flyers, we did a step, a door-to-door prospection and a site survey, which is also another process of installing clients. Now, I had this digital, we had also the digital marketing, which is the effective use of our website, which is on running now, and the effective use of our website, like I earlier said, and which with the use of the call center, it makes it easy for us to manage the website. Now, the topic 6, which was how to conquer irrelevance. This topic, how to conquer irrelevance, has even really improved my personality and my connectivity with great minds, especially when I read the motivation quote, which is to be relevant, you can't just be an observer. It requires taking action to make sure your matter will brand new technology and businesses, which I start by achieving more mastering. And to get more mastering, I start by reading powerful thought books like the book of Powerful Thought by Joyce Meyer. Oh my God. Right, thank you.
All right, Executive Delphine, the floor. Is Executive Delphine there? If she's not around, can Executive Tamunan Courage take over?
Hello, sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, please, I didn't know I was going to be next. I want to join with my computer, so it's easier to share my slides from there.
All right.
Go to the next person, Teresh. You don't want to wait. Have you joined? Okay, good.
Okay, good evening to everybody. And I'm Executive Tamunan Courage. I'm an executive of the June 22 mini MBA class. I'm a freelance graphic designer and content writer, and I work as a part-time secretary and IT support. So for my presentation overview, I have a self-introduction, which I've already done, the lessons learned and implementation processes.
Can you share your screen, please?
Oh, okay. Can you see my screen, please? Hello?
Yes, I can see your screen, though I can't read what you have there.
Okay, for the idea validation model, for the first lesson I learned is not all ideas are potent enough to become value-generating opportunities. That is to say, for every idea you have, there is no guarantee that it is actually going to provide an opportunity where you can generate value. So the goal of this action plan is to verify an idea's potency to birth a value-generating opportunity. I will not really focus on my resources, but I will focus more on the possible obstacles, the actions, possible obstacles, and success metrics. So for the actions, for every idea I have, I'll break the idea into segments, actually answering the data validation questions of what problem my idea is solving and what is my value proposition, who are my target customers. I analyze each segment to find out if if and how they actually do relate. I researched to see if the idea has been implemented before and how it went. I gathered the facts and figures and how much the target audience is willing to accept it. So the possible obstacle I might have limited information and mitigation is to intensify my research. Where my objectivity is limited, I can consult an expert. So for the success matrix, at the end of the day, it is either I have a value generating opportunity to work with, or I have another idea to explore. The second lesson I learned is idea validation thrives on the wings of facts and figures. So again, the goal of this action plan is to gather facts and figures to accurately validate every idea I have. So I will be conducting online research. I will be doing in-person interviews, conducting surveys, and organizing and analyzing my data. So I may have limited information about my idea. So I do one-on-one interviews. I may have inaccurate responses from my surveys. So I will focus on the other finding methods, which is still one-on-one interviews. And I may have limited knowledge and data analysis, so I get help. So as a success metrics, I will have enough facts and figures to work with. And every decision that I make will be based on facts and figures and not on guesswork. Going to marketing and public relations, the first lesson I learned is positive public relations will help you in marketing. So if you have positive public relations, you will not really, your public relations itself serves as a marketing tool for you, for me. So building a positive PR, which is the goal of this action plan, is to build a positive PR which communicates integrity and trust to my potential clients or employers. And to say that when I talk about my clients or employers, I talk about the people that I offer graphic design services to and content writing services. And the organization I currently work for is like part of my client base because I do offer them services. So for the actions I'll have for this, I'll be attending in-person events to lend my voice to discussions, establishing my online presence by joining online communities, embracing diversity, providing quality services at all times, and building relationships with other media and freelancers. And as possible obstacles, I may have fear at some times, so I still do it afraid. I may have limited access to value-driven communities, so I intensify my networking. And I may overlook errors sometimes, so I'll have to build a quality check system. So for the success metrics, I should have an increase in my clientele and I should have positive feedbacks from my clients. The next lesson is negative PR is inevitable. So long as you're in business, so long as you are in the marketplace, there will always be someone who wants to pull you down. And your public relations doesn't only come from you. There are other people, or competition has the power or the ability to ruin it for you. So, and if the goal of this action plan is to effectively handle negative PR to maintain brand identity. So as an action, I'll have to classify the problem to determine if it requires my reaction or not, and assess the situation for possible damages, and I render accountability if where I went wrong, if I was wrong, and react, which involves crafting a message for the media, and I partner with other influencers and bloggers which can support my brand as a content writer, as a graphic designer, and partnering with other influencers would also include the organization I work for, my boss. So if my boss can give a positive testament or a positive testimony of me, then I think that's good for my PR. So I can have media backlash as a possible obstacle, and the mitigation, the best mitigation I can have is to stay true to my values and continually deliver quality. So for the success metrics, I should have my brand identity maintained, and I should be able to gain and regain customers' trust and increase in clientele. So entrepreneurial leadership, the first lesson I learned is not all leaders or entrepreneurs have the entrepreneurial leadership mindset. So entrepreneurial leadership is not about a position, it's about a mindset. So the goal of this action plan is to build an entrepreneurial leadership mindset to easily identify opportunities, solve problems, and better manage my clients. So the action is substituting my traditional leadership ideas with those of entrepreneurial leadership, joining a community of like-minded individuals, taking a course on entrepreneurial leadership, and practicing the core entrepreneurial leadership principles. As a possible obstacle, I may have resistance from the people around me because we all know that change is indeed difficult to accept sometimes. And the best mitigation I can have is to teach them about it and stay consistent in practicing the principles. And a success matrix will be, I'll be able to view things from a different perspective, bearing in mind that entrepreneurial leadership, the the key thing that stuck with me is that we don't just lead people, we don't just build businesses, but we build people investing in human capital that build the businesses. So if I'm able to view business and leadership from that perspective, it's a whole new perspective for me that can literally change things entirely. And the next lesson is every business or career reflects the person who has it. The level to which I grow is the level to which my business or my career can grow. How much I know is how far my business or my career can go. So I have to invest in my personal development for better career outcomes. So the first action I'll have to do is to do a retrospection of my life and my career. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing good that I need to intensify? What am I not doing at all that I should be doing? And I have to identify the areas where I need more growth, taking a course, reading books, and consistently practicing the new habits and principles. As a possible obstacle, I may have limited insight, so I'll have to find and use personal development systems that have been proven to work. And I can also find accountability partners. I may have poor follow through, so I get accountability partners. As success metrics, I should be able to have a positive mental transformation and a better personal and career values. The next is assessing emerging markets. So for me, in this particular model, an emerging market for me is going to be the content writing market because I'm quite a little new to it. So the first lesson I learned is be current on government policies governing an emerging market. So the goal of this action plan is keeping tabs on economic policies guarding an emerging market so I can take better decisions. The first action is identifying the economic policies governing the remote jobs market in Cameroon because I actually
all right.
most of
Thank
it
you.
remotely.
Your time is up. Is executive
Hello.
Delphine around?
Yes. Good evening, executives. I'm sorry, my phone had a network problem, so I'm using a Melvis phone.
Why is that echo like that? All right, your time starts now. You have 8 minutes for your presentation.
Yeah, good evening, executives. Mini MBA June 2022 final exams presentation presented by Fu Delphine Mambo. Business case, Eva Labo, clinical analysis laboratory.
Please, is there another phone around you that is signed in on the exam?
Yes, sir.
If you are signed to two devices, you switch off one.
So you need to go off one or you take one far and turn off the mic. Have you done that? Then you go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Good, go ahead, it's better now.
Okay, business case, Eva Labo, clinical analysis laboratory. Idea validation.
Can you share your screen?
Not possible, sir. The network is bad. Idea validation, 2 lessons learned. I should always identify my ideal customer. Always make sure my services can help solve the needs of my ideal customers. I am the proprietress of Eva Labo. So my action plan with regards to idea validation, based on my current office, Eva Labo, my ideal customers are medical doctors, health personnel, health centers, hospitals, and individuals. To make sure Eva Labo is solving the problems of their ideal customers, we give out a commission to all who refer patients to Eva Labo. Our services are superb. Our lab results are reliable, accurate, and efficient. And our results are given out promptly to clients. We visit health centers and hospitals and we talk with the health personnel there about Eva Labo. We give them our price list. lab request form with a localization plan of Everlabo on it. We propose to them the commission we will give them if they send or refer clients to Everlabo. Marketing and public relations, 2 lessons learned. Marketing is essentially about well-structured systems. In marketing, I need to be consistent and agile. Action plan, marketing is essentially about a well-structured systems. It moves from creating the awareness, sales, and distribution. Marketing strategy for Everlabo. I have designed flyers, posters, stickers for distribution. I always organize free screening on World Health Days like World AIDS Day, World Hepatitis Day, World Diabetes Day. I reach out to people in meetings, churches, schools, hospitals, and on the streets to share flyers. I share flyers on my social media pages, WhatsApp status, and I also reach out to friends and family to share on their different social media platforms. Clients can access Everlabo easily because it is located at the roadside, and there are 3 signposts planted at the roadside and 1 on the building where Everlabo is located to make accessibility easy. We go out to do home collections and hospital collections for those who can't come to the lab. Effective marketing is achieved at the place of consistency and agility. We go out from time to time to do publicity, mostly in health centers, hospitals, and other laboratories. Our target is to reach out to as many health centers, hospitals, and labs as possible in the Bonaberi zone. Entrepreneurial leadership, 2 lessons learned. Entrepreneurial leaders never quit learning. Entrepreneurial leaders are proactive and visionary. Action plan, learning is a continuous process for me. That's why I went in for this mini MBA. So I always want to acquire knowledge so as to remain relevant in the society and in my job. I went in for this program because I wanted to gain more knowledge about the business world. I love learning and acquiring new skills. I read books and I do a lot of research on the health field. I attend health seminars. And as an entrepreneur, I go out from time to time to meet our target customers, find out if they are having any problem with our services and how we can better improve to suit their needs better. I have written down the mission of Everlabo, and I am working extra hard to accomplish that vision. Assessing emerging markets. 2 lessons learned, always understand the contextual reality of the target market and always have an entry strategy. Action plan. Before entering a new market, Everlabo should understand the contextual reality of the market. Everlabo has saturated the areas around Kadetaj and Trépilor and Grand Hangar. We are moving into other areas like Mabanda, Ndobo, and Sien Route, Nouvelle Route. We go out to these places with flyers, price lists, request form to share with the health centers in that area. Market entry strategy. To successfully penetrate the areas mentioned above, Everlabo uses the low price strategy and free screening for some common infections. For example, if typhoid test is done for 4,000 francs at the hospitals, Everlabo would do it for 3,000 francs with free malaria test. We do free screening for blood pressure and sugar level for anyone who comes to Everlabo for lab test. We do home collections at a low price. We use publicity gadgets to give out to clients, to people. Customer acquisition, 2 lessons learned that stood out for me for this course was always try to identify your niche market and always have a process and sales system of identifying and targeting customers. Action plan. At Everlabo, our main area of operation is the Bonaberi zone, though we operate out of Bonaberi too. Our niche is health personnel and health centers. We identify these places and persons, we go to them and introduce our services to them. We give them our publicity gadgets, which contains our mission, vision, and the services we offer inscribed on it. We give out our price list with their commission allocated on it. We have designed our services in such a way that any person, poor or rich, can afford them.
For example, we do chlamydia tests for qualitative and quantitative for 10,000 francs and 20,000 francs respectively. If you can afford the quantitative test, you go. If you can't afford the quantitative test, you go for the qualitative. A website has been created for Everlabo. Everlabo is registered on Google Map and Facebook. We are still going to register Everlabo on other social media platforms and business directories. How to conquer irrelevance. 2 lessons that stood out for me are, I always strive to achieve mastery and have a passion for what I do and strive for excellence at all times. Action plan. To consistently be mastery, I read books about health, the business world to broaden my knowledge. I do research, especially on laboratory diagnosis. I belong to different groups of medical laboratory scientists on social media. This is to help me gain more knowledge and skills on laboratory diagnosis. I love my job and profession, and I work extra hard to remain relevant and to deliver the best services to my clients. I have recently renovated the lab, bought more equipment, put in innovative services so as to deliver the best to our clients. Our services are top-notch and our laboratory results are accurate.
All right, time up. Thank you. At this point in time, I'll be handing over to my colleague, Mr. Ngome Emmanuel. Mr. Ngome, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Ngome, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, everybody. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, Doctor. Please, proceed with the presentation. Shakingang Levinus. Are you ready? Shakingang Levinus, are you there? Is Shakingang Levinus available?
Levinus, unmute yourself.
Good evening.
Okay, good evening. Your time starts now, please.
Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Sangha Levinus, as called by the examiner. I really appreciate being among us and among all the diplomats. And I've been trying to share my screen, but I don't know what is happening here.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Just trying to share the screen. Okay, please, I'll just keep on while I try to share my screen. So I'll just start with idea validation. Actually, I defined idea validation by myself as the process of gathering evidence around ideas through experimentation to make fast from an informed and direct decision. That is one of the idea I got about business idea validation. This lesson has helped me greatly as I did it, and I tried to make some few researches, and also we learned a lot about it. I learned a lot, and I got something like validating, like to validate if a customer has a problem and is willing to pay for the problem. So with this idea, we have been able to go to the market. I'm actually doing business in Cameroon. I'm a business personnel, and we're engaged in some sort of a mobile money or this MTN mobile money stuff. So we have gone to the field, and actually it was a new environment. We have to like check if the people there, they're actually versed with doing like MTN, engaged in MTN mobile money, or can pay MTN services, or what type of network are they using around there. So we did a lot of verification, and we came with a conclusion. Can everyone hear me, please?
Yes, we're getting you. We're getting you. Go on.
All right. So actually, we also verified a lot of things, and we came to conclusion about our investment in Isaramagba. We came to conclusion, and we decided to do some things around it. And thanks to business idea validation. And I will just switch on to the next step as I go forward. Implementation strategy. We have been thinking of, since we did our research about the MTN mobile money or MTN services in general, because we are setting also an MTN shop that can ease the people solve their problem. We discover a lot of problems they have been facing, from the various networks. They are not actually versed with it. So we decided to bring an MTN shop so that they get acquainted and bring their problems to our shop for resolvation. Also, we talk of marketing and public relations. Actually, this lesson has helped me greatly and also pushed me to get, like, I'm a security system operator and loss prevention officer in my company. So I've been able, particularly in my profession, to interact, get acquainted with many others, interact because of this particular course, and also it has helped us, especially in our business in Cameroon. It has helped us so much because when I learn, I have to share with my team, I have to share with my manager, and also push him to go for to put it into action. And so talking about public relations, I learned marketing and sales growth in public relations and marketing. I learned successful public relations framework as well. And we have decided, that some of this things that we have already implemented, we are pushing for, not like we have implemented them generally, but we are pushing for towards achieving it in our businesses. We have to be able also to get connected, with other business experts. Just because of the lesson, it pushed me to go ahead to interact with other business experts or other maybe pertaining to the field I'm operating, like with MTN in Cameroon. It has pushed me a lot as well. And with our new business, we are about to implement a health service, like a health center. It has pushed us a lot to interact or to find out and particularly gain a lot of access, in this particular program, because most of us also were nerds and, have gotten acquainted, and we are able to share our beliefs and share our thought about the business, which has helped me so much and helped our business group as well. Assessing emerging markets. Assessing emerging markets, I try to put it on like it's finding your way into an emerging market, a market that has some characteristic of a developed market, but does not fully meet its standards. This includes markets that may become developed or market that is developed already. So I got two lessons from here. I got business expansion framework, and I got product and services launch framework. So this is one of the two lessons I learned under assessing emerging markets. And our implementation strategy, assessing emerging market history, inside and foreign, inside foreign international change bring location average. Sorry, I mixed up here. And so let me just say, like, our implementation strategy, we have tried to push for, like, because actually where we were focused in this particular MTN business is a new area. So we learned a lot of things. A lot of people have not come there. nobody have come there to do like what we were trying to do, but I had to push my manager, and I know, let's believe that we can do this thing, because a lot of people they went there sharing MTN SIM cards for free, and some flyers, so many people were interested. So it has not only pushed us to like offer some MTN things like SIM card, but also we got an idea of establishing MTN mobile money kiosks and other things that can help the guys around there, save their money, like farmers, and do other things. Like, it's just a new market that we are focusing in that particular area. And this lesson that I give me has helped us a lot, in achieving this purpose. And we have already started, and the business is moving, thanks to this mini MBA program, and particularly for this models we have gotten. I'll move forward to
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Livinus. Thank you very much. Your time is up.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you so very much for your presentation. Please, you are next.
Thank you.
Executive Lesiga Melvis. All right. Your time starts now. You have 8 minutes.
Good evening, executive. Good evening, Doctor. Good evening, executive. I'm Lesiga Sama Melvis. I'm presenting on our models as follows. The models that I'm presenting are business idea validation, marketing and public relations, assessing emerging market, entrepreneurial leadership, customer acquisition strategy, how to conquer irrelevance, personal branding for
please turn off the mic of the other device.
Team. The first one,
please turn off the mic.
It's off
on the other device. All right, go on.
It's off, sir. It's off, sir.
Continue.
We talk on idea validation, marketing research, going into the field, asking and target market, and thinking about the product and existing products so that we know the various products we need in our demand. The next point that stood for me was product market fit. Knowing the problem customers are facing concerning our product, and most important, their willingness to pay for the product and the solution you give them, makes it very important. The next model will be the marketing and public relations. Corporate communication. This corporate communication is the backbone of our strategy to communicate our businesses both internally and externally. Lead generation. This is the stage that clearly shows if you can maintain a customer or if they know you, like you, trust you, and are also ready to buy your product. Assessing emerging market. Validation of emerging market, knowing the market you want to emerge, very important, like taking in consideration the growth and investment potential, high rate of economic growth, increase in economic per capita will really make an emerging market more effective and efficiently. Expansion framework. The expansion of your framework or your market will enable you to grow in your business, and we need to consider and identify the area or business that needs immediate and long-term acceleration. Entrepreneurial leadership. Improving operational, knowing yourself, the purpose in life, knowing what is meaningful to them, knowing why they attend or start the company will be very essential and important in entrepreneurial leadership. Implement new ideas, innovation, and taking risks. Being flexible and finding opportunities will enable an entrepreneurial leadership to manage well his company. The next one will be customer acquisition strategy. Customer acquisition strategy is a process of identifying and targeting purpose, buying and converting them into buying customer. Self-engineered automation involve content making, affecting marketing, digital adverts. To always know your customer acquisition, it's very important for me. Like, I really master it, like to calculate our customer acquisition, like selecting the period of the time and dividing the marketing expectation by the number of customers. How to conquer irrelevance. Being connected, that is making yourself relevant, that people or your target customer will see the reasons of always consuming your product or always buying your product, will make you to be really relevant into the market. Creating attention by knowing or making people to know you, the customers, their meant or playing a significant part in their life or what the product is always doing for them will influence their buying process. The next point I'll go into the personal branding for executive. The pre-consumption people have, the perception people have about you anytime they think about you, thinking about someone you know so well, building personal brand, goods beyond thinking new photos and having beautiful flyers. So your personal brand will depend on what you have, what your personal initiative, what you have in the society. Trust is one of the important points to be considered when building a personal brand, because people need to trust you and it enables to have authority on what you want or what you want to do. Building competence team. Positive energy will always help the team to work harder towards a common goal. It's very important that every new day should start with a new positive energy, more than it's formal. Active presence in the team to be effective. The leader must guarantee his presence, always active into that team. Understanding, agreement, and trust will enable you to be committed. Team process to task gaining. Action plans. According to my action plan, I'm going into the action plan like for the marketing research, it will enable me to know the key operating problems or products I need to know about it, or my product I need to bring it into the market, will make me to know, master my key operating systems. Creating more collaboration and connection will expand into my business world and making me to know more as I go into more reading and learning. As a leader, I have to focus on opportunities. Always seize opportunities that come your way will enable you to work harder and know what you want. Managing risks rather than minimizing it. So you always be ready as a leader to always manage risk in a corporate society, not running away from risks. Adapting to the emerging market and changing it. To adapt to emerging market will make you, first of all, you need to know. Making me to know about that market will make me to understand about the market and work harder to build the market strategy, to go into the market positively and gain more customers in it. Putting in practice the calculation also will make me to know how I expand into my business, how the growth is going on. The next one will be expansion of my network and marketing connection. The expansion will make me to know the various customers, will also make me to know the various entrepreneurs that exist into this world and the marketing world that I do also. Being relevant to customers will also help me and always see the use of needs and the consumption of the product. Because once you are being relevant, the customers will always be ready to consume your product. Bringing up strategy that the target market will see the significant part that you play in their life. Your product you produce will always be a significant part in the customer's life. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Siga Melvis. Is Sarah Mengwe there? Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Sarah
I'm
Mengwe.
ready. Yes, sir.
Please go ahead. Your time starts now.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Mwenge Kwanyo. And first and foremost, I want to say thank you very much for letting me be part of this mini MBA. So regarding the mini MBA, we asked the lessons we have learned from this course and the application to our business. The name of my business is Isle of Ecstasy. I do makeup and photography. So far I will start with idea validation. It has helped me to be able to verify potential clients, to verify if potential clients have the problem I assume they have. The key idea I picked up was to ascertain and to go beyond assumptions. I went to the field and conducted interviews of existing and new clients to understand if they really require the services of Isle of Ecstasy. I was able to come up with a new database and package to suit the needs and budgets of the public of Limbe, because when we started the course, they asked this, there was a day they asked if you have a new business, and I said, okay, let me use this opportunity. So this has really helped me to establish the business in Limbe. And now this is a continuous process. Every week I try to talk to the people who came into the studio and get their views on the prices and what they really want from us. And it's helping because after that, a few people are booking. The second thing I learned from idea validation is the purchase one time or reoccurring or periodic. That was when I learned that my product was a nice to have product, not a must have product. So that helped me to come back to the drawing board. So I learned that my kind of business was supposed to have a budget for continuous customer acquisition. And it also helped me to come up with new offers, for instance, for birthdays and different events. Like when I look on Facebook and I see that there's an event in Limbe now, I try to contact the people who have the event and try to have a stand there so that the population of Limbe gets to know me better. On marketing and public relations, I learned on lead generation. So it helped me to come up with new ideas. And recently, Limbe just had a Paramount Chief. So I drafted an offer to the Paramount Chief so that they could have pictures of him and his council. Because when I looked at the brochure they had for the event, the pictures were not very good for pictures in 2022. So I've sent them the proposal. I'm still following up every other day with them. And I'm also going to the various chiefdoms because Limbe has 17 different chiefs. So I'm still talking to the different chiefs, and I'm hoping that it will give me a fruitful response. And all of these I learned from this session. I also learned on community relations. And I've offered to the Paramount Chief that when they have important visits, for instance, when they have people coming in to visit him, I'm happy to come in and take pictures that they will use on their social media pages. I've also offered that during the long holidays, I can offer photography lessons when they are doing the baccalaureate lessons. And also when they have the day, they will know people who are underprivileged, I want to learn a trade, and I'm ready to offer two of such lessons in a year. Moving on to assessing emerging markets. Immediately after this session, I moved to Limbe because I have a regular job, but since I'm working remotely, I moved to Limbe and I went on the field to get the information that I needed. So this helped me so much because I was able to go in, get information, know what people really need, the amount that people were willing to pay for pictures. Then I came back and I was able to access it, which helped me to come up with new packages that honestly have been paying off. I don't think I've made that kind of money in Limbe since I started photography. Like every other week, we have a full studio over the weekends. Regarding the checklist and the startup course, I was able to put this list together, and between when we did this module and now, I've been able to get like the studio lights for Limbe, get their softbox, get a tripod, get their batteries. I'm working on a new camera. I'm looking at getting it before the festive season so that we will be able to work faster. with more than one camera. On entrepreneurial leadership, I learned to develop employees and help them grow. I actually enrolled my studio manager in Limbe for the CELB, the ongoing mini MBA, the one that they had to do part payment. So I actually registered her. So she's actually attending the same course that I'm attending right now. And honestly, it's really created a good working relationship between the two of us. I've equally made sure she takes makeup classes and photography lessons. And she actually sent me a message to say she's really grateful that for the short time that she's been here, she has been able to acquire lots of skills, but that's thanks to the mini MBA. Next, to customer acquisition strategy. So I also learned on content marketing. So now I've not started up, but I've written down the list. I bought a new book. I've written down the things that I want to write about. I've actually made notes on it. So I'm building to start up in October. That way I'm able to post every Wednesdays in October so that I'm consistent with what I do. So I've said I'll post every Wednesday on Instagram and on Facebook, 11 a.m. every Wednesday as beginning October, because now it's a very busy period for me. On customer acquisition, the second thing I learned was package integration and alignment. I've been able to redo all my offer packages, adding new packages of, like, before my packages were from 25,000. So now I have packages from 11,000 and 15,000 and even 6,000 francs, which keeps people coming in. They come in and they pay the first money and want more pictures, which takes me back to the initial package of 25,000 instead of the fixed 25, which was scaring people away. And this is going to run from now to November, and then we suspend it and do our December promos, which we normally do. Then we can relaunch it in 2023. On how to conquer irrelevance, I've been able to update my own skills. I had not been doing makeup since there were people doing makeup. I had not been doing it, so I lost my skills. So I've been able to take 2 classes after this session, and it's really helped me to improve. I've also sent a request to a photographer that is based in Limbe. That's the only one that I really know is popular. So we've been talking, and he's very good on lights. So I asked him and I said, that was okay. I wanted to pay and do it. So he said he will schedule me for the end of September. So I'm looking forward to equally upgrading my skills in photography through another photographer based in Limbe. So active presence on social media. I used to post, but after this, I learned that I needed to do it frequently. And then I also—
All right, Sarah, your time is up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Your time is up.
Thank you,
All right,
sir.
Tanlaka Berenice, are you ready?
Okay, let me jump in here so that we can catch up with time. We cannot do this in 2 hours, 30 minutes, I anticipated. So please, for the next people coming in, go straight to your action plan, okay? Forget about the lessons learned, go straight to your action plan, because the way you present it, we'll definitely know the lessons learned. So focus on your action plan. So you have 5 minutes, the timer is 5 minutes. Focus purely on your action plans and you're done. Good, yes, very nice, go ahead.
Good evening, Dr. Joybert. Good evening, fellow executives. I'm Tanlaka Berenice. I'm presenting my final examinations of the mini MBA program for June 2022 cohort. So about my action plan, since you said we should just go straight to it.
Yes.
Please, is everybody seeing my screen?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, with the action plan, I will start. I'm starting with the idea validation. I will use the idea validating techniques to validate the new marketing idea that we have in our company. That's prepared cleaning services. We clean and do services such as car washing, office cleaning and other services in the community that has to do with hygiene and sanitation. So we came up with this new marketing idea, which is the community outreach. So what I'll do is I'll use the idea validating techniques to validate the community outreach marketing idea that our company is working on, and then follow the lean startup process to do validation testing for this marketing idea. So the decision to pivot or persevere will depend on the results gotten from the validation testing, which I will execute from starting this month, September. And then for the marketing and public relations, I will make sure that we maintain transparency in all our business transactions and only partner or work with transparent and legitimate people too. And then I'll also ensure that we create another Facebook page for now, since we lost the one we had, and also engage in radio advertisement, especially or specifically Radio Hot Cocoa here in Bamenda, so that we can inform and update the public about our company and how far it has gone. So this plan will take place or will start from the period of from 1st of September to the 15th of October. About assessing emerging markets, I will identify the new trends in our business and use it to deliver incredible services within our customers' expectation, and also find out if there are any policies that can affect the business now or in the future, which will start on the 1st of September. And then with the entrepreneurial leadership, I will make sure I collaborate and work with everyone regardless of their religion or age or wherever they come from. And also, before making any decision as a leader, I will make sure I have a good knowledge of what I'm signing in for, and even test it myself before I involve the whole team. About customer acquisition, I plan on making it my objective to convert my buyers into paying customers by constantly reminding them of our services and also adding some valuable extras to the services we render, starting the 1st of September with the contacts of the customers I already have. I also invest in customer acquisition and be able to measure the performance and cost from the month of September. With the how to conquer irrelevance, I'll upgrade my digital skills by learning how to use the Microsoft Suite, especially Excel, and how to design flyers, which I can use to give out information about the business, and also do birthday flyers for my customers as a way of appreciating them for their loyalty. And also I started learning the Microsoft already, but I will start the graphic designing classes on the 1st of September this year. Then talking of the personal branding.
Very much. Very nice. Thank you very much. Your time is out.
Okay,
thank you very much for your presentation. Your time is up. All right. Buji efficiency. Buji efficient. Is he there?
Yes, I'm right here.
Is it good? Okay. Okay. Your time starts now. Please go ahead.
Okay. Permit me share my PowerPoint, please.
Okay.
Okay. Good evening, Doc. Good evening, fellow executives. Buji Efficiency is my name. I'm a fashion designer. We'll go straight to the action plans. I will begin with idea validation. The first action plan that I have is to research on soup production from September to December, because I want to be researching and perfecting areas that need to be perfected. The next thing that I will be doing is I'll also carry out research on what has been produced already and see where I can create something new. Still under that idea validation, I'm going to be using these various channels to reach my customers' churches, WhatsApp, status, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram, and public transport. yeah, I'll be using these mediums to reach my clients. The next thing is assessing emerging market. Yeah, I identified that I was equally living in a new layout that is very, very, that is a potential emerging market. And I discussed, after going through the module and learning what an emerging market is, I had to discuss with my landlord, and he's planning to erect stores for the area. So I have as a plan to, I'm already saving 20,000 francs monthly for, that will go for a period of 2 years in order to get a shop from him. And as a plan B, I'm also looking at the area and see where I can possibly get a shop if he fails to construct the shop before that time. The next thing is leverage on technology. Yes, here I've discovered that to be relevant during this dispensation in business, I must be able to understand how to manage technology. So as an action plan, I'm already working on developing my skills as far as technology is concerned, as far as computer and other things are concerned, because those are things that I neglected. I did not bother about them. But during this program, I saw the importance, and I'm already working on that. Yes, and after this course, I'm going to take another program on it, even though I'm already using how to videos on YouTube to learn some of the basic things. The next thing is entrepreneurial leadership. Yes, this one, I love this one so much, understanding that working with people, I need to understand them. So for this one, the first thing I do as far as this is concerned, I am trusting God for direction. I'm trusting God for leadership, because if God is leading me, I'll be able to know how to handle people, like listening to them, helping them out, and also learning from others. So as an action plan, I am reading relevant books so that I can be able to acquire more knowledge as far as listening and understanding is concerned, because sometimes we listen but we don't understand because we listen with our own minds. Yeah, so I'm working on this, and I'm carrying out research, and I'm carrying out research on necessary information, yeah, that are good to help people. Yes, entrepreneurial leaders help people to grow. Yes, that one is very, very important to me, because I'm really so passionate about seeing people grow beside me. And I discovered that to be an entrepreneurial leader, you need to be a selfless person. So I am working so hard on make sure that everyone around me is a useful person. Yeah, it's a useful person. Yes, so I'm intentionally seeking God's face to lead me through. Yes, because in this, I can only be led by God to be able to do this. And so as an action plan, I hold firm to my monthly fasting and praying and prayers. And I also hold fast to my Bible study life, yeah, because it is very important. That is where I hear God speak to me more. And when I do that, it will help me to develop these people that are trusting God to grow under my leadership.
All right.
Thank
you very much, Executive Efficient. Thank you very much. Your time is up. Okay, thank you also very much for your presentation. I'll hand the next segment to Madame Valentine to take over from here. Is she there?
I share them.
Is Madame Valentine there?
See, also the doctor, the
Please turn off your mic. Turn off your microphone and stop talking. You're still in class. We're getting you what you're saying. All right. Is Madame Laurentine there?
Yes, I'm here.
The next
All right, we'll move on to the next set of people. Looking at the bush. Is he there?
Good evening, everyone. Please, can we hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, please let me try to share my screen and get back.
Are you there, please? We can't hear you. Okay.
Okay. Good evening. Please, can we hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Madam Lawrence. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Joel. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor. I will go directly to the action plan. Sorry, I'm going back home. I was not in the house, but I'm almost there. Okay, we are there. The first one here is idea validation action. And after going through this lesson, I learned that it is not all about, that business is not all about grammar, but making numbers. And through this one, I decided that I shall pivot on the following. Identifying, first of all, my learners. That is, I make sure that my customers know the difference between a must-have and a need to have. Sorry, please. Okay. Are we together, please?
Yes, please.
Yeah, that I'm going through this lesson, I will pivot on making sure that my presentation, how I go about my work, is identifying one, providing a solution to my people. That is, if I'm running a business, I should provide, first of all, a solution to a problem that exists. And in this one, I like try to have pivot on services that meets the needs of my learners, especially because I'm in the teaching field. And the next one, which is marketing and public relations.
Depuis 6 heures, ne passe pas. Et là-bas, il y a le réseau. Et maintenant, tu es où?
Sorry, on customer acquisition, I don't know. I have a problem with network, that's why. I don't know whether you are seeing my screen, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, doctor. Then to be able to acquire customers, I need to do the following. I should be able to conclude that I have a business. For me to be concluded that I have a business, first of all, I need to know that I have paying customers. And the first thing is I need to create awareness. The clients who need to buy from me should be able to know me, trust me, like me, and easily from there they can buy from me. Okay. Then I need to advocate. I shall intentionally take actions to promote and protect my customers such that they can equally refer me to other customers. And in case of loyalty, being loyal to your customers will give them the reason you must in turn speak well of you to other customers. So I shall intentionally be loyal and faithful to my customers. Then the next thing I will do in order to acquire more customers, I need to nurture them. That is functioning in either a niche or a large or 1,000 competitors. My active relationship with my customers is crucial for me. So I need to consistently communicate with my customers so that I can get them connected to me as always. Then support. I shall intentionally help my customers resolve their technical problems that they with their products, that they may with their products and services. Help them with their products and services. This can be through information related to the business or service. Then purchase. I shall intentionally make sure that that my customer identify the fact that there is a nice to have product and a must have product, which is trying to make them understand. And desire, which is point 7 under customer acquisition. I shall intentionally create that desire in my customers to choose my services always. Assessing emerging markets. And as an employee, if I am given the opportunity to work here as an administrator or as a founder, I should do the following. 1, intentionally change my location. This will help me to identify new markets considering the growth in population infrastructure development, study the psychographics, that is, beliefs and values of the target market. This will permit me to open new school and find a target market. Another way I can do this is to conduct a market search. I shall study the current market situation, that is schools in the area, the market trends, the way who are potential competitors, and seek to understand local laws and regulations. The next one will be choose a market entry strategy based on an urban area. Exploiting and trading of goods is in the educational sector will permit me to create a market. For example, if I'm prepared in books, computers, printers, and all of such like that. Licensing will be another way that I can use. Yes. I'm not getting you, please.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
All right. Who is the next presenter and Full Glory? Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready. Okay. Unsupported what?
Yes, brother.
I'm trying to share and it says unsupported file. So I'll just oh my God, what's happening here? Okay, I'll just follow my presentation from my laptop and then we go, please. Okay, I'm Executive Full Glory and I am the founder of an advertisement and branding startup called FG Media. And these are my lessons learned from the June session of the mini MBA program. The first thing is lessons from the idea validation module. And the lessons are briefly, in order to have your business idea validated, you must know what exactly the problem you're solving and the industry and know who you're up against. And so my implementation plan for the lessons here is to identify potential clients first, like not based on assumptions, identify potential clients. And for FG Media, I'm able to identify that my clients are people who are having startups and those who are already into business and they need to brand or rebrand their businesses. And the next thing is sending proposals to new companies and businesses. That's the plan I have. And we tried implementing such a plan during the holiday program. And during the holidays, we sent out proposals to schools to do advertisements for them to prepare their branding materials. And we got some results from there, even though it was very shy. So the lessons got from the next module, which is on marketing and public relations, is one of the best places to sell our products is social media. And we must build a sustainable brand there in order to get results. The next lesson is for us to get reasonable sales, we need to have marketing and sales systems that the company would work by. So for the action plan, we are conceiving new ideas and proposing separate systems for each of the ideas surrounding our sales and marketing. The next thing we are putting into place is improve public relations. And since FG Media for now is like a one-man army, I am paying attention to all of this because I'm doing the prospecting, the promoting, the marketing, and the closing by myself. So we are improving relations there. The next lessons from module 5, accessing emerging markets, is studying policies governing the sector and collaborative partnerships. Since we're still a startup, the plan we have is intentionally collaborating with older companies. Like we have a major partner now, which is a printer, where when we get any jobs for printing or anything concerning branding, we bring it to them and then they produce and then we present the work as FG Media's work. The next thing is study rules and regulations of the industry. And we are currently doing this through online research and watching like YouTube videos of giant companies.
Thank you.
Or companies that have really thrived in that domain. The next action will be coming from Entrepreneurial Leadership.
Glory, can you hear me? Glory. Laurentine, are you still there?
Yes, sir, I'm there. Glory, please, can you hear us? Your time is up.
But you were not telling Hannah.
I was about saying it before you started talking, sir, so I just waited for you to talk. Okay, Glory, please, can you stop sharing your screen so the next person?
She's not the one. Go ahead. I will check with sharing and stop. Call the next person.
Chitangi Eric. Executive Eric, are you there?
Yes, yes.
All right, please, your time starts now.
Good evening, Dr. Joybert, executives. I am Eric Ngwa. I'll be presenting my PowerPoint on the final mini MBA exams. And here is the content on the different modules that we'll be talking on today.
Yeah, go straight to your action plan. Go straight to the action plan.
Okay, well, we come to business idea validation. I have two main points there, which are write down goals and not assumption. Write down goals, discipline yourself, and seeking answers.
Go to action plan. These are lessons, right? Go to action plan. The implementation, how you implement all the lessons.
Okay, how I'm going to implement these lessons in my startup. My business idea is all about transient houses. So write down my goals. Transient homes is a fully furnished 2 bedrooms and 1 parlor. Our units have modern indoor facilities such as private pool, fiber optic internet, security cameras, private car park, fully HD TV with free Netflix. Our units are open for families, individual, a group of persons who are seeking shelter for short period of time, either to rest during city tour, work, traveling, or vacation. And when it comes to hypotheses, these are the questions that I'll be asking myself, like who are our targeted customers? And our targeted customers are workers, families, tourists, and what are their problems? Their problems we identify are cost and long-term rental. Then what is the value of my product to the client? Low cost, fully furnished, security, and accessibility. How will client know about our product? Through Facebook, we are going to launch through blog, SEO, and media houses. Then when it comes to marketing and public relations, I have 2 main points, which are corporate communication. Here, I will ensure that a memo is prepared and sent from management to employees or customers. I will create a platform such as Slack, Microsoft, WhatsApp, Facebook Workplace, and communicate with employees or customers. Digital component that can enhance public relations. I will create a perfect website for my company that showcase my brand, products, core values of the company, our mission, vision to the community or public. Create a good Facebook page, Instagram, LinkedIn, stay active and consistently engaging different stakeholders within the community. Lastly, my social media page will be very easy to access by everyone in the public. Assessing emerging market. When it comes to assessing emerging market, I have assessed market history, insight, and foresight. When it comes to assessing the history of the market, I will study the different partners. The different partners in my line of business, research on their market strategy, successes, identify top players, craft a budget to visit these top players and network with them. Look at the deep insight and policies that can enhance growth, some weaknesses in the final research, and finally research on global economic effect, government policies, and unforeseen circumstances that may affect the business in future. Doctor, there is a small slide at the corner that is like blocking my page. Track economic policy and think long-term. I will track economic policies by following news from media houses, read blogs, follow political leaders, social media pages to get their updates. Entrepreneurial leadership. Able to identify opportunities. As an entrepreneurial leader, I will carefully study my competitors, look at their insight and foresight of their businesses, see the opportunities where they cannot see, and transform these advantages for the future benefits of my business. Implement new ideas. As an entrepreneurial leader, I will take some innovative courses, learn new skills. I will implement new skills that I will implement in my business, do research by traveling to other countries, learn new ideas, and be able to adapt and bring these new ideas in my business, no matter how risky some may seem. Customer acquisition strategy. Here I have value creation. When it comes to value creation, I will capitalize my business idea, capitalize on my business idea validation, that is transient houses, networking with the different stakeholders such as contractors, architects, advertising channel, and government departments to ensure that the business achieves its goals. Then I will have also the killer strategy. Using the killer strategy here, I will design the prices of my transient house in 3 different packages and present to clients with each a subsequent package offering incremental more value and price higher to reflect this value I have presented to the client, e.g. unit 1, single room, $50 US, unit 2, 2 rooms, and—
Can you hear me, please?
Hello?
Yes, your time is up. Thank you so much for your presentation. The next person—
Thank you.
Grace. Ashu, are you there? Executive Admin Grace. Can you hear me?
Grace, go ahead.
Yes, I'm getting you.
Yes, please, if you're there, come back now.
Good evening, fellow executives. Good evening. Dr. Joybert. I don't know if you can see my screen.
Yes, please go ahead.
So I'm in the content of my PowerPoint, and I'll go straight directly to the first beta to implement the modules in my personal, like in my career. So on my idea validation, the first personal key lesson I retain here is aspirations, my ideal customers. And to recall, my business idea is a retail bakery cafe, which I named Elise Divine. And so on my idea validation, the first customers have that my product will help them achieve. Like people around the locality enjoy pastry, they find it difficult to access it as the nearest bakery is kilometers away, so willing to pay it's closer to them. The working class category living alone need like a relaxing and entertaining environment where they can take breakfast before going to work in the morning. And even on weekends, parents find it difficult to take their kids out due to distance problem. The challenge faced by customers like accessibility to purchase daily basic bakery products, lack of an ice cream parlor and a coffee shop around the area, and lack of modern and entertaining bakery cafe. So the Elise Divine, which is my retail bakery cafe, will bring quality and diversified pastries with customers at relative affordable prices, and the bakery cafe will be an area for chilling with family, friends, kids, which would like to spend time and have fun together while enjoying their pastries or coffee and ice creams. Going to marketing and public relations, the first key module I retained here is the marketing strategy for a business. The first step I will take while drafting my marketing strategy is to identify the area where my target market is located. That's where my ideal customer are. After locating my target market, I will go and share flyers around the area, create content. That is creating awareness that is a new bakery around the area, and even on social media accounts dedicated to my business, as well as create a website where people come from afar can locate and order bakery products easily for my bakery. Knowing that I'm a retail bakery cafe, so I receive products from a wholesale bakery who supply the products to my bakery. And when the product reach my level, they are then repackaged, put in white containers for those who don't eat at the spot and they order to. They will put them in takeaway packs. And the final stage is delivery agents, which are mostly bikers who transfer the products from my bakery right up to the end customers. The end customers are those who order online for pastries. On accessing emerging market, the first module here was leveraging on technology. So my social media platforms will be used to reduce the cost of marketing, knowing that we're in a digital area now. And the creation of create pay ads on
Your network, please. Yeah. It seems she's gone.
Get the next person.
Yes, let's get to the next person, please. Executive Bertrand, are you there? Angel Bertrand. Executive Bertrand, are you there?
He's not in class.
Okay, we'll go to the next person. Pen hour, Executive Noel.
Executive Validation, please, I had the connection problem, but I'm back. Please, cannot continue from my presentation.
Okay, you had 2 minutes left. Just run up.
All right. So I was on entrepreneurial leadership. Under entrepreneurial leadership, I'll be consistent, like having a specific and measurable goal with my point of focus. I will deeply motivate myself on a daily basis and communicate more often. I will also be proactive. That is, I will set goals each month, learn problem solving, and pay attention to the words I use while planning ahead. Maintain the right attitude while planning on the long range. Under customers acquisition strategy, I will create value. Like for my bakery, I will often attempt to diversify and introduce new bakery products to customers. And for my value packaging, I'll make a list of all extras I give to my customers and add value to the extra. The extras could be weight loss tips for clients who want to lose weight, and extra package for each customer who should bring 3 new additional clients to my bakery. Under conquering irrelevance, I will collaborate, like collaboration. As a team leader, I will try as much to create a participative culture. And also the second point on conquering irrelevance is to be positive. Like positive thinking will become a powerful and cognitive habit and allow to reassure and elevate those around me. I will look at challenges as opportunity rather than obstacles. On personal branding, you have active social media presence, also search engine optimization. To acquire more information about a particular organization, I will collaborate. I will use social media platforms and websites to obtain required information and know more about them. Still under personal branding, another module here is innovation. I will keep a constant line of communication open with my clients, partners, staff, colleagues, and even my boss. I listen to their stories, requests, which would be a good way to get ideas that are relevant to my business. I will introduce new pastries, ask customers to give specific reviews and opinions in order to get new perspectives.
All right.
Yeah, we have
your time. Your time is up, please. Thank you for your presentation. We go to the next set of executive. Bertrand, are you there now? I guess no. Noel Pen, are you there? Penawa, are you there? All right, we go to the next set of our presentation. Executive Raf.
Yes, I'm there, boss lady. Good evening. And good evening to all the executives.
Good evening. What's your contact now?
Okay, let me share the screen and start right away. Okay, my name is Javnyuy. I'm here to present the final exams, the mini MBA. So I'll go straight to the second question on the implementation. Okay, I'm one of those executives who joined the program because I was into business and I didn't have the skills. So most of the answers are related to work and the business skills I've acquired. So the first lesson I'm implementing is that I'm revisiting all my businesses and trying to ascertain that there was actually a problem, then evaluating if the consumers have accepted the solution we propose. If not, my advice to the board would be to shut down. To correct the error of neglecting customers after making the first sales, I will revisit my sales records, get to such customers and amend relations, and we chart the way forward. I will, in order to make more sales, intensify the sharing of my business card, flyers, social media outlets, and make sure that I target the right audience. About what customers need to know and not what they want to hear, I will henceforth filter information so as to be able to give out exactly what is due to the right audience or customers to the benefit of the institution and business. The difference between a business and an idea broadened my mind. I will evaluate the gap between input and the outcome and make a business decision on my partnership. For the customer acquisition cost, I started evaluating how much I spent to get a customer, time-wise, data-wise, energy-wise, financial and mental-wise. On the fourth part, I will use shoot techniques to master the key operations in my workplace, like reagent supply chains, moving money, recycling consumables, tax policies, send-based policies, and getting close to the manager's consent and proposing terms of partnership. This will eliminate the fear that I will take over their activity from them. So we are in a system where, in a closed system where everybody try to conserve his job by hiding what he's doing from others. The fifth part I learned from what I learned from Ernest Hemingway's quote on true nobility. I've taken the resolution that I will make sure I write down something I learned newly each day before going to bed. The core skills I don't yet have, I will take paid tutorials to perfect my scope. On conquering irrelevance measures, I will put more into self-discovery, following the steps acquired from the mini MBA, then put the distractions of life aside and focus on building a strong brand. At times, I recognize I'm too hard to myself. I dwell a lot on my negatives. This point has taught me to equally recognize the positives of my life and give them the due recognition. This will help me to exude self-confidence. Identification of my top 20% customers will be done by revisiting my sales records for the last 6 months and evaluating the top buyers of our brand from my team and focus on their needs. On creating the right audience on social media, I've started upgrading LinkedIn. Next will be a website. Then I will create content and update regularly that will attract the right audience. Finally, to upgrade collaboration, I will implement the soft skills of communication and evaluate the outcome. What I see and hear in the workplace, I will act fast by soliciting for the application of the standard operating procedure for grievances. That is, issue an instant query letter to the concerned. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you so much for your presentation. The next person, Shay Larissa. Executive Larissa, are you there? I guess no. Executive Vukise Larissa. The first one was Shay Larissa.
Everyone, good evening. Please, can you hear me?
Good evening.
Okay.
Yes, please.
I'm Vukise Larissa Nibame. I'm a human resource professional and also the branch manager of Swecom Yaoundé. Please let me share my screen. Okay, I'm having some challenges sharing. While I'm sharing, I'll just go ahead so I don't waste time. I'm having some difficulty sharing. Okay, please let me just go ahead. I'm just going straight to the implementation plan as Dr. Joybert said. The first implementation plan that I have, that I am already implementing, this course came at the right time where my branch was working on a new service, which was actually designed because of the challenges that we were facing with the present service, email service that we had. So using the idea validation model, the business model Canva tool, I was able to bring out the 9 steps, the 9 tools presenting to confirm the value proposition of the new service that we're actually working on, to confirm that we are not just assuming that customers need this service, and we are not just assuming that it's going to solve a problem, but we use the value proposition to actually identify the problem. We equally came out with the customer segmentation, the channels that we're going to use to sell this service, the customer's relationship, the key activities, and we have, with the business model Canva, we were able to come up with all this, and we are at the implementation phase already, where customers are, we have given the service to some customers to taste the service and confirm that it is good, so that by next month, we are launching the service in Yaoundé to solve a major problem which we were facing at the beginning, which was fiber. Which was expenses in fiber. The second implementation strategy that I'm putting in place which I had already working on, is to carry out the market research concerning new zones that my branch can target. As we all know, we are coming to the end of the year, and many companies are rounding up with their contracts with maybe service providers, internet service providers, email service providers, using the strategy used to identify emerging market. I've set a team to identify those ministries and companies that we can build relationship with them and actually get them to get our service next year, especially with ministries, because ministries are rounding up this year by December with their service providers. Secondly, I came up with after the course on networking and
the time is up, please.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. Do we have Jamu Dahiru?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Let me rapidly.
That's now, please.
Okay, hello, everyone. My name is Jamu Dahiru, and I'm presenting my mini MBA final examination. So the objective is just to put a little light or flesh to my presentation is I'm JCI IT manager, and amongst other responsibilities, I have the task to make sure we have 150,000 active users on the new JCI virtual community by 2022. So that's why I enrolled in this mini MBA program, and I will share with you not the lessons I learned, I will directly share with you the implementations on how I will make this possible by the end of 2022. So here's the plan. And concerning idea validation, the first implementation I'll put in place is I'll relook the value proposition of this new platform, and then I will make sure that it has other accessories like the library and events sector, a market, and a project gallery that will attract more new users. And then secondly, we'll make it a revenue generation platform. We'll create ad space that will serve as source of revenues. We'll also provide an onglet that will serve as paying masterclasses and a marketplace where members can buy and sell their articles. Concerning marketing and public relations, we will tap into the rich network of JCI members around the world to bring forth users for this new platform. And then the ability to juggle these different platforms to get the maximum number of users out there, because the objective is 150 by 2022. So thirdly, accessing emerging markets. And implementing this, we will leverage the vibrancy of the youth population, which is a majority. And given the fact that at JCI we recruit members aged 18 to 40, we are going to solely focus on members or youths that are between that age frame. And then I will also leverage a lot on other professional networks that are collaborating with us, such as ISEC, BNI, WBAF, Toastmasters, the Yali alumni, and other youth organizations that we can work in partnership with, because the goal here is also not to have just JCI members on the platform, but also other non-members that can visit, be it for the marketplace, be it for other resources. Fourthly, and concerning entrepreneurial leadership, after this course, I will be able, or I'm already able to identify the opportunities around the different side events we organize, because at JCI, we do not only have our 3 traditional events at the international level, we also organize a lot of side events that regroup a lot of members. And I've already capitalized on a lot of these events because I've drawn down a calendar, and I will see how I can take part into most of these events, and my team and I can share the data so that we can capitalize and have as many new users for this platform as possible, so that we can attain our objectives by 2022. And then we'll continue taking, as an individual, we'll continue taking certifications, of course, to make myself a better manager, to manage the JVC ambassadors, to manage the committee I'm chairing, and then to better up with my colleagues so that we can make this platform the best platform. The 5th point is customer acquisition strategy. So by using available data from the reliable organizations such as the World Bank, the UN, and other data reliable organizations, we can have the right information on where to focus to tap in more users. So we've already started looking into these different data data resources, how we can leverage these different youths to join the platform. And then by leveraging the technology, we use a lot of technology, but when I joined this course, I've also learned a lot of stuff about the different technologies that we use. So I will propose this so that we can use our social media handles to communicate extensively on this platform. We've recently created a TikTok channel, and we will use that a lot to communicate with the youth, because that's what most youths are on right now. We are going to leverage also on that. Then the 6th point is how to conquer irrelevance. Achieving mastery of new needs of users will enable us also be up to date on the service we provide on this platform. So we have already, with the committee, trying to see how we can acquire more knowledge, we can be a little bit more diversified, how we can bring in new things that can attract youth, because the idea is not only to have them on this platform, but it's to maintain them. So we will see how we can maintain these users on the platform by achieving the mastery of the different tools we put at their place. Also, by wanting to learn more, the content we provide will always be interesting, and the users will not only go elsewhere to fetch information. So we will also make sure we provide a lot of diversified links on this platform that will keep.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Good presentation. Thank you. Is Tina there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I just go to the implementation plan here, validation. We carried out the idea validation by interviewing 200 persons in churches, companies, and government offices. The problem we seek to solve is that of scarcity of fabric, causing many people to travel to neighboring countries to place their orders. Our potential customers are church groups and companies. Availability of the fabric and delivery in 2 weeks from the time of order, from the time the order is placed. Customers will not risk their lives traveling. Implementation plan on marketing and public relations. Our business supports other businesses in producing banners and flyers when they have events for free. When top government officials are budgets for the city council free of charge. We have established relationships with our community by giving out school books to underprivileged, engage in cleanup campaigns, and visiting the sick in the hospital. We have built an online community and creating relevant social media content with a competent social media manager. Implementation on emerging markets. We target areas with high economic growth, that is new layouts where schools and hospitals have been built. Bearing in mind that when roads are constructed, development follows, Our ears are always on the ground for information regarding works on infrastructure in and around our communities for possible markets. Implementation on customer acquisition. We attend ceremonies where we can meet with potential customers, mountain race, weddings, funerals, graduation ceremonies, football matches. We can hang our electronic, we have electronic billboards where we do our adverts. We use audiovisual to acquire new customers. We have our website, a good online presence, and we belong to social media platforms such as LinkedIn and Facebook. For our business to remain competitive and sustainable in upgrading our systems to produce goods at cheaper costs suitable for our customers, we have learned to diversify to attract customers. When a customer comes for fabric, we also take the opportunity to advertise other products of ours. Implementation on how to conquer irrelevance. To achieve more mastery, if an error occurs during production, it should be corrected and documented for future use, which will enable us to be relevant. We do customer validation to know their likes and dislikes, and also to get feedback from our customers after delivery. We encourage staff to upgrade to gain knowledge. We are innovative and we do research. We observe the way our customers use our products, e.g., customers always buying books after buying to protect it from destruction. We have learned to improve the covers by laminating them so that they can be used for a longer period. Implementation of building competent team. Employees are provided working materials such as computers, pens. Staff participate in decision making. Staff are trained, and when they return, knowledge is shared with other team members. In the workplace where we spend longer time, we are encouraged to keep our differences aside. Company awards and bonuses to all staff during the mid-year to encourage hard work. Back to school loans are also given for those who need, and also end of year celebrations. In conclusion, this course has opened my understanding of the science of business. You cannot start up a business without idea validation. Every business should have a game changer, that is an entrepreneurial leader who has mastered the art of building entrepreneurial capabilities, combining them and running their businesses with it. Your business dreams are possible if only you know what to do and how to do it. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. It's amazing. Thank you so much. Do we have Obande Miriam?
Yes, Madam. Please, I'm
All right.
sorry, I'm sick.
Okay, do we have Pen Dieudonné?
Yes, I'm present, Madam.
All right, please go ahead with your presentation. Okay, Miriam wants to present. Okay, fine.
Okay, I can go back.
Yes, hold on. Dieudonné should hold on. We cannot hear you.
The next slide is still on the screen.
Can you stop sharing your screen? Let her present first. All right, Miriam. You can go ahead.
Yes, I'm sharing your slides already. Good to have it.
Why is it blank?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I'm called Bandi Marian Inje, Marketing Officer, Prespin PLC. Thank you. Okay. I'm called Marian Ubandi Inje, Marketing Officer, Prespin PLC. The President, Dr. Joybert, the management of the center, I explain to you my mini MBA examination. I am Marian Angel, Marketing Officer at Preston PSC. Pressprint, it's an industrial commercial printing company founded in 1991, and which has its head office in Limbe and 10 other branches all over the country. Pressprint is divided into 3 different departments. We have the book printing, screen printing, and fabric, and the driver's license department. It has as main raw material paper, which is most of the time is imported. Idea validation. Before introducing a new product into the market, it's very important to do research on the needs for the product. If the target market, which are produced publishers, authors, schools, are willing to pay for the product, it's equally important to single out the value proposition among other factors, including packaging, pricing, but visibility, and accessibility to target the potential customers. Marketing and public relation, creating good communication relationship both internally and externally is very important. This can be done through partnership, participating in outreach programs within the community. That is, for example, Limbe that we find ourselves, most of the times there's always community work around. So it is very important. So most of the time we partake in that, which help the company to go far most of the times in the media, ensuring media coverage, which could portray good relationship and the image of the company out. To better market our product, it's advisable to use the social media handles for adults, create niche awareness, relevant content, as I've always done on our social media platform and website, upgrading our website using search engine optimization and which can easily reach many other targeted customers in and without the country. Assessing emerging markets. In order to penetrate a new or virgin market, it's important to relocate to the new environment and have a background history or insight or foresight related to the product to be launched. For example, we're about to launch a product. Those are some of the propositions I gave to the company. In order to assess the virgin market, it's equally important to create good connections and network to leverage on them so that we can equally have good information from those around the environment that can help us assess the environment very well and better target the market. Entrepreneurial leadership. To be an effective entrepreneurial leader, one needs to know oneself and by identifying one purpose in life. Identify a business that aligns to the purpose that can help solve a problem in a bid to attain your mission. A good entrepreneurial leader is supposed to be smart, take advantage of every opportunity which presents itself at a given time, be flexible and adaptive to use available resources to attain an objective within and without the company. Customers acquisition. acquiring the right customers for a business can be challenging if we don't know the right metrics to implement. Digitally, we can, as a company, acquire customers through website optimization, which is ongoing, good content, good marketing content, affiliate marketing, advert on our social media handles like Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram. Traditionally, we've always visited TV channels or newspapers, we've written at the magazines.
Thank you so much. Your time is up. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Please, executive. When Dieudonné, are you there? Executive Dieudonné, are you there? Executive Dieudonné, can you hear me?
I'm there, madam.
All right.
Excuse me.
Please proceed. What's the delay? Mr. Dieudonné, are you there? You're muted. In case you're talking, you're muted.
Hello, I get me now, sir.
Go ahead, we're getting you.
Okay. I'm playing Dieudonné, and I'm presenting for the final exam for the mini MBA program for June 2022. And what brought me into this program was because of my business idea, which after going through the program, I've titled it home healthcare enterprise, because I'm actually a medical professional. And so what I'll be presenting here as a business plan will just be what I'm going to accomplish by 2023, December 2023, as I put it in my program. And so looking at the action plan for the business validation module, I have two skills that I've obtained from here. And my point of improvement is to increase my knowledge of real business and of stakeholder business. And the action I'm to take is to go through the business validation process and validate my business, which I've already done that, and also to seek help from experts, which I've been contacting some professionals who deal with business. And now I have as the impact to my own development, it will gradually become my habit. Validating any business idea that I have in mind, and I will also become more careful when in for business. My second skill, my point of improvement is to fight against laziness and wastage of time. That is from the skill of hard work. And I will, as an action plan, I have to engage in continuous learning by reading, and I have to also occupy myself with more research. And then looking at the skills I've acquired looking at the skills I've acquired from the module on marketing and public relations, the action plan. As my point of improvement, I've looked to increase my ability to identify new opportunities And as an action to take, I will make use of what I see to hear in the community. That will help me to locate a new business, and as an impact, I will increase my strength of being focused and diligent. And then looking at the second skill, which is to converting digital knowledge into money-making projects. As my point of improvement, I'm going to improve my digital knowledge and performance, and also digital business ability. As an action to take, I'll make use of what I'll make. I will be using courses to teach students. I will be using courses to teach and for students to access them online. Actually, because I'm a medical professional, I send the application to some private institutions, and I will be writing articles which can be sold online. Actually, I have also created a personal blog online where I can do our development of business courses. And then now going to.
Okay, your time is off, sir. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Can you hear me, please?
You're welcome, madam. I'll talk to you.
All right. Do we have Executive Tani Violet? Executive Violet.
Yes, Executive Lawrence.
All right. All right, thank you. Your time starts now. Are you there, please?
Yes, please. I'm trying to share my screen. Can you see my screen from there?
No, I can't see your screen. Can you just present, please? Time is.
Okay.
All right, your screen is showing.
Good evening, Dr. Joybert, Executive Laurentine, and all the other executive present. I am Javnyuy Violet Tapo, and I'm taking the final exams of the mini MBA. I am very excited to come to the end of this program that I started like a joke. I actually went into it not actually for any business per se, but it was in line with my family that I took as a project, my marriage and the ministry. But getting along with the project, with the course, I had to start learning about business validation. This brought me in line with the apartments my husband and I were wanting to put in place. And so I started working on it gradually as a plan, using the course that I'm being taught to fit in my marriage and see where places were not getting right. And in line with our business idea validation concerning our apartments that we are building, I was able to share with him that we need to come up with a name for the apartments, the business that we have to build in place. We have to build in place. We need to validate the idea of that business, which is, we called it Feti Business Point. In Feti Business Point, we discovered that we have to write down our idea. It was not just as it was in our head as a couple. So we came up with the name Feti Business Point, which brought us to validating the idea. And from there, we looked at the type of customers that we want to put into our apartment. And we discovered that we want to put, like they call it in French, fonctionnaires into our apartments.
people that will need to stay with their families. And we looked at, in our action plans, what were the things that we needed to put in the apartment for them to be comfortable for the tenants that will come to stay there. We look at the furniture. We try to get to different places to get the furniture put in place that will be of high quality but of low cost to us, that the customer will enjoy. At the same time, we looked at the facilities, how to advertise it, and we got to one agent that's an expert in the area to counsel us. So we got to one. And looking at the marketing and public relations course that I did equally, anyway, let me not talk much about my family, but that was the essence why I came to this program. Nevertheless, I took the business point to write my report on. So I'm having the tendency wanting to talk much more about my family. So for the marketing and business public relations, I was able to understand that I have to use the digital components to enhance my public relations. And so for long, I've been backward, let me say it so, in social media. And my husband has always been saying, you have to get yourself into this. And so this course helped me now to start working on it. And at the same time, I understood that for my project, I have to work on the memo. I have to see the management of the customers, which will be called my tenants, how they will be treated, and how I'll advertise my project. I'll use a Facebook, I'll use the WhatsApp pages to communicate that. Equally, what I learned in entrepreneurial leadership is that I was able to know that.
Thank you so much. Your time is off. Please, do we have executive? Yango Evelyn.
Yes, I'm there.
All right, go ahead.
All right, while waiting for the slides to come up and as she takes off her slides, good evening, everybody. I want to thank you all for the privilege of being part of this mini MBA program. My objective for joining this program was to understand how I could structure my consultancy business in education, because I'm an educationist. And I mastered the academic side of education because I'm a school head. And in the course of the program, I got an executive position which demanded my understanding of the business part of the organization where I work. That is an international school. So going through this program, I understood that the idea that I have, I need to be able to know the problem that I actually want to solve, and then to use the business model to validate this idea. So actually, I'm looking at 21st century teaching strategies, and I see that there is a market for it in Cameroon, because most teachers need to learn these skills, and the children also need to learn these skills to be useful in this 21st century. So that is the idea, but not assuming. My actions, my slides will come up as soon as she takes off her PowerPoint. My action plan has the impact of what I intend to do. So
please, can you take off your PowerPoint, Ma'am Violet, so she can share her own?
So looking at the marketing plan, now I've not been very much into marketing, but with my recent position, I started evaluating the marketing department of my institution, as you can see in my on my PowerPoint. I've evaluated the department with the skills that I've learned, and we are currently updating the content in our website and also looking at materials that we can use in our marketing to ensure that our school is visible. The impact of that, of course, is going to be that we are going to reach many more customers. And I have on one of my slides how to create a winning strategy that is quite visible. Now, on accessing the emerging market, I need to visit and assess the training needs of the different schools that I'm targeting, because where I work and from my past experiences, I have many of the proprietors reaching out to me for assistance. So thinking about educational consultancy with equipping teachers with 21st teaching strategies, I will have to visit, to assess the market and to share possible solutions, join impactful networks of people in my sector and constantly communicate. I must confess that I've been very, very absent. I'm not visible on Facebook as often as I can. And through this course, I was able to update my profile in LinkedIn. And I'm hoping that I could be more visible as I establish all these contacts and join forums of professionals in my field. As an entrepreneurial leader, my actions are centered around doing a SWOT analysis of my personality, identifying my strengths and weaknesses, and also being able to be more intentional in the way I respond to people, that is being more emotionally intelligent and sensitive to the moods of people, because when you're a leader, it's not easy. People misinterpret your intentions, but then you need to be emotionally intelligent to be able to support the people and to ensure that the working environment is healthy and also to boost the social behaviors in the workplace. So I'm working on being more open to feedback and actually listening to the people. I have some visuals on the next slide. And also human-centered thinking, seeking ideas from others. So where I work, I'm actually thinking of identifying the top 20 clients in a school and just asking them feedback. Of course, we do surveys annually, but again, it's not enough. I just felt after this particular human-centered thinking that it's also good to find out what their expectations are, and the impact is that it's going to reduce complaints.
Okay,
My
ma'am.
time
Thank
is
you
up.
for your presentation. Your time is up.
All right.
All right, great. Do we have Executive Maureen AJ Maureen Tabe?
Yes, I'm present.
Right. Your time is on.
Good evening, Doctor. Good evening, everyone. I'm Executive Tabe Maureen, and I currently work as administrative assistant in a printing press that is Atlantic Printers.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. I'll go right away with the implementation. Under idea validation, I've been able to identify our target market, which is financial institutions, especially commercial banks. Our products, which are printed internal bank documents and slips, will solve their problems of recording the daily transactions they carry out. I've been able to outline our business model, which is a process we go through before we get money as follows. Firstly, the customer gives us a description of what they want us to print and ask for our quotation. We send them a pro forma invoice, and if they are okay with it, they send us a purchase order. We print the items and supply to them, and they sign the delivery note. We then deposit our bill accompanied with some administrative documents, and they pay us through the company's bank account. Under marketing and public relations, I proposed to my boss that we meet with reputable newspapers here in Douala for them to write good articles about us. This is because top bank executives, which are our targets, tend to read newspapers. Under community relationship, I proposed to my boss that we should always print communiques concerning our community and distribute for free. And this has been
What's happening, please? Are you there?
What could be going on?
I don't understand.
Call the next person. Let us see. Maybe her phone is freezing.
Maybe.
So. Call the next person.
Okay, do we have Njimguo Jeme?
I think her phone is freezing. Trying to stop her.
I'm here.
Okay, please go ahead.
Good evening, doctor. Good evening, my fellow executive.
Good
Sorry, I won't be able to share my screen because I'm still at work. We are
Go
running
ahead.
an event and thank you, Doc. Okay, I'll be talking on the various modules, starting with idea validation. The lessons I've learned is that an idea validation is all about asking questions and seeking answers, never to go into the market without validating them. The other one is that many startups make the mistake of focusing only on acquiring new customers and forgetting about the importance of maintaining customers' loyalty. We deal with, we are into restaurant business and events. So what we are planning to do is go out there and delivering what customers are willing to buy, because we have so many competitors in the market. So we seek and we ask questions. We try to find out what they really want and we give it to them. Another thing, when we have the customers who come for the first time, we don't only concentrate on to get other new customers. We also focus on those who came in order to keep them. This by maintaining them, giving them quality services. Like for the restaurant, we educate them from time to time on the nutritive value of the food we serve them, keeping a good hygiene condition. Marketing and public relations. In order to be successful in marketing, you must build a relationship with the correct contact persons. So what we are planning to do is to have a good relationship with some journalists, interact with them from time to time, like and share their articles or blog posts. Another thing is, another lesson I've learned is that public relations strategy needs to be followed with good product and services. So we make sure that our quality of product and services are intact. We don't joke with that. We deliver that. We don't just serve the customers because we need money. We serve because we want to satisfy them. We call our restaurant home after home, home from home rather. When you come, the services you receive, it's as if you were home. So we are striving at keeping that service and the quality of food that we serve to people. Market entry strategy. Marketing is one of the most important aspects in every institution. Its goal is to connect your business value to the right customer base before deciding on tactics. So identifying the target market is what we are striving at. That will enable us to focus on those customers with high potential for sales growth, interest in the product, and loyalty to the brand. Marketing strategy provides to an organization an edge over its competitors. So using effective marketing strategy in our business will help us concentrate our scarce resources on the best possible opportunities so as to increase our sales. Entrepreneurial leadership. Entrepreneurial leaders develop employees to grow. This helps them to develop their skills and talents. So we are planning as a team to organize trainings for our staffs, like to broaden their understanding on what business is all about. And also, we are planning to assist them in each domain wherever they want to improve themselves. We can assist them in one way or the other, any way we can. All right. Entrepreneurial leaders listen to employees, clients, mentors, and the government. This helps them create a productive workplace and provide customers with the product and service they need. We are planning with this to set up a suggestion box so that we can have feedback from our customers, having meetings from time to time, like weekly with our staff, so that we can get reports from them, and also listening to our suppliers. All this will help us correct our mistakes, improve on our shortcomings for better productivity. Developing standard operating procedure. Operation is an important functional area because it plays a crucial role in determining how well an organization satisfies its customers. This will enable us in our business to determine and schedule the resources we need to meet our business targets. It will help to effectively manage, control, and supervise goods, services, and people. The purpose of standard operating procedure is to carry out the operations correctly and always in the same manner to ensure reproducibility of value. We will make sure in our business that, especially in our restaurant, that the taste and the quality of food in our restaurant remains the same. Whether in Boya, we have plans to open other branches in the country, the taste of food and services remain the same. Personal branding involves...
All right, thank you so much. Your time is up.
Thank you.
All right, is Executive Morimba? Okay, do you have Executive Benis?
Yes, I'm back, please.
Okay, please just run off.
Okay.
How many minutes? Is it 2 minutes?
Yeah, she had 3 more minutes.
Okay, go ahead and run off.
Okay, under entrepreneurial leadership, I proposed to my boss to implement new ideas by introducing other branches of printing like serigraphy. Also, to buy machines that can form envelopes to be printed rather than doing it manually, to assist in training workers that cannot use a computer to become computer literate, to train new staff on how to operate the industrial printing machines. This will help in retaining talents. Customer acquisition strategy. I proposed to my boss to hire someone to develop a website for the business and optimize it, and also feature the business on other online platforms and blogs. To advertise the business on newspapers, to do paid ads on Facebook and Instagram so that people can see our products and contact us for their printing needs. I've collected email addresses of potential clients and sent them mass emails showcasing our printing services. How to conquer irrelevance. I will read expert books and insights on finance and business management and keep practicing the knowledge and skills I acquire. I will try to get a mentor who will know where to focus my attention and challenge me. I'm working on upgrading my computer skills and also learn new digital skills that are relevant in my sector. I'll register for more online training courses like this mini MBA program that are relevant in my field. Personal branding for executives. I've been able to identify our 20% customers who give us 80% of our revenue, and there are some 3 commercial banks we work with. To focus on their needs and keep them engaged in our brand, I have made the following propositions which have been implemented.
All right, thank you. Please, your time is up. Okay, we have our last presenter for today, Executive Bernice. Are you there?
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Can you hear me? Good evening.
Yes, please, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thanks for everyone in the team. I'm trying to share my screen. Please, can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Can you see now?
Yes, please.
Okay. So my case study is the Way Health Foundation. Okay. Mini MBA. The lessons we learned from the module so far. So, case idea validation. The actions that I'm going to take about this idea validation is I've decided to put in 100% of my working time to grow the business and forgo distractions like alcohol and traveling for fun. Concerning marketing and public relations, the actions that I've decided to take is to increase the company communication, social media engagement, content creating, and marketing. So I'm going to be more active on social media. Concerning customer acquisition, my action plan will be to create content and posts to get attention, and also to actively participate on Facebook and also to run ads. In assessing emerging markets, I'm going to identify areas that need help in my business, and I'm going to identify the areas that have potentials. I'll also track the results of things that are going on in the business. So if I find any loophole, I'll be able to easily solve it from tracking the result. And also with identification of potentials, it's going to help me to expand and also to lobby on the things that we are better off with. Concerning entrepreneurial leadership, the actions that I plan to take is to get feedback both from my colleagues and from customers and from all the stakeholders of the organization. I'll get feedback from them, and I'll always look out for opportunities to lobby on for the general growth or benefit of the business. How to conquer irrelevance. Here, I decided that after all the lessons that I learned from this particular chapter, I decided to seek for information and knowledge, maybe through studying books, reading up articles on social media and on the internet, and to stay relevant by always adding something, maybe knowledge or some extra information to what people already have. For personal branding, the action plan was to consciously brand myself, to look like, to have a unique view on social media, like all my social media platforms. When you go there, you should be able to identify that I'm the one with just a glance, and be consistent also, not just to post and then go and disappear, but to have a particular time per week or per day that I post to continue feeding my audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you everyone for your presentation. I'll be handing over to Dr. Javnyuy Joybert to conclude.
Hello, everybody. Good. Congratulations. Thank you, Laurentine, Teresh, and Ngome for the coordination. Great work so far. All right. So good, everybody. Congratulations for pulling through, for the good presentations. And I want to tell you, I was super impressed with, I'm all about the technicality and the implementation. When some people were talking, I could clearly see the transformation, that their careers or their businesses will go through if they just practice all of this, you see. And you know, as I always say, one of the best ways to become invincible in your career. When I say invincible, and I like to use the word invincible, especially in our African setting, because we live in a continent and in a country like in Cameroon and other African countries, but Cameroon typically in a country where the system is so difficult, the system is so challenging, and there are many other things. And when you are average, when you are normal, it tends to be as if the system is fighting you harder than every other person. In Cameroon, the right knowledge is light. If you look at, if you look at yourself, look at where you used to be and the kind of knowledge you have acquired in the last few years or few months, even through this program, you will see that there has been a shift in the kind of difficulties you used to face. There are some people going through severe challenges and difficulties, not only because their life is supposed to be difficult, but because of the ignorance that is amplifying the difficulty. You see, so one of the best ways to be invincible is to be able to really get the right knowledge, and most importantly, be able to apply and distinct yourself from the majority. And in a country like Cameroon, a high percentage, about 95% of the country are very average people. 95% see, for example, drinking alcohol, watching TV, complaining, doing all these average things as normal lifestyle. When you try to do something simple, you want to show people who are you, right? So, but that's why when you put a little effort and set yourself apart, you can quickly shine out and do that. I am working on training that I'm going to do with my community on the 10 growth laws, how to grow. And one of the laws I put there was, for you to go global, beat the local competition. And I'll be teaching a concept on that because that's something that worked for me. You see, I easily went global in my career from 2016 because there are certain things I understood, or that I was doing them unconsciously, or let me say the Holy Spirit was directing me, right? And I over time, I have seen how these things have greatly worked for me to help me build the kind of career I have always wanted and to get life at my own terms. You see, and knowledge and all of these things played a very important. I was so excited when I heard, I think it's Virginia in Philippines, who studied the program and was able to use the knowledge she got and to start a travel agency business. She was able to know how she gained the knowledge, to use the knowledge to monetize something that she was doing for free. That's what knowledge can do. But now she's able to monetize it in the process. Same as there are many of you that you can monetize a lot of things that you're doing for free, package it well, and you start selling. Same for many other people I can even start naming right now, which is really impressive. And that is the transformation we're looking for. Mini MBA program is an executive program. It's not an academic exams passing program. No, it's all about you, your career, and your business. So basically, if you go do nothing with the knowledge, the point is you will remain the same, right? So, and I just hope that, especially the people that have started doing a lot with the knowledge, please intensify it, because you are only going to see a lot of results. For people who are in companies right now, and you're definitely looking for better jobs someday, use your present company as a training ground to build your portfolio and to become much, much better. For those that still to start, please start it. Intensify it. And remember, the mini MBA program is a blueprint. Personally, I cannot teach you all I know in strategy, career development, and business, all of that. In my lifetime, since I started doing this training, I have almost 2,000 PowerPoint presentations I've designed and trained in different situations. So you want to give everything, I will give you like 2,000 courses, right? So it's just a blueprint that you need to use to practice and keep on learning, and the kind of mindset I wanted us to get, the mindset of figuring out things, the mindset of sorting out problems, the mindset of gathering a lot of information, but picking the concise stuff and communicating in the right way, the mindset of being agile and adapting in a situation that you felt that you'll be confused, because these are the things that make people in the marketplace. It's not about knowing how to read and pass exams. As I always say, in the marketplace, never forget this. Any human being you see on the surface of the earth is looking for answers. Never forget this. Any human, you are here in many MBA programs because they are looking for answers. People go to any church because they are looking for answers. Anybody you see on the street is looking for an answer to something. And when you are able to build yourself to that level where you can provide answers in a particular sector in the society, you will lead. Anybody coming to the hospital looking for answers, coming to your travel agency looking for answers, coming to whatever, to your restaurant looking for answers to their stomach, right? And if you, with all this knowledge, position yourself as the person who can provide the answers. Well done, super impressed, especially many of you have, I was able to tell practically, you have been practicing the knowledge that you have been using, so powerful, and that's so good. So this is the end of the session of the mini MBA program, basically 27th of August, and it was so good to know all of you and have you guys being part of us. You're already part of the community. You can stay in a WhatsApp group. We're going to share the alumni link so you can join. You can maintain your WhatsApp group. It's always there. Let's stay in touch. As I said earlier, when you have gone through, one thing I try to provide to my community is when you have gone through the program, one thing I always tell you is if anytime you need a recommendation letter, please get to me and I'll always issue you a recommendation letter for whatever reason that you need. If there's something you think I can advise, please jump in and let us talk about it. If I need you to pay, of course, I will not charge you very much like a stranger. Okay. In the next couple of, hopefully, we'll now gather all of these marks and all of these things and send to the university. Then we expect certification. Sometimes they delay, sometimes they are fast. We'll inform you, we'll keep you updated, and then we'll eventually announce the graduation date for all of this. What else am I forgetting? Yeah, so again, as I said, there's a lot. If you notice, we recently launched one of our next initiatives known as Peak Performance University. So because I've been looking for a perfect way that I can bring a lot of the things that I teach and I train across the world into one platform. And since I can summarize the work I do, like helping people in career and business achieve peak performance, right? So this is peak performance. And again, if you come here under all courses, you'll see hundreds of courses, and I'll still be adding more of these courses, right? And we're moving very soon. We're going to move the mini MBA program to this platform, and people can take simultaneously and get their certificate automatically without us even being there, and we create different programs for the process. So there are more business programs here that you can take in the independent courses to build yourself more as an entrepreneur and build a better business for yourself as a person. So you can come here and you can take a course from anything. I'll keep on updating until we get all the courses on this platform. And yeah, so that is it. Anything else, please feel free to reach out to any of the team members or to me, and we will happily sort it out. And anytime you're in Douala, for those who are in Douala, please always feel free to pass in the office opposite our Freeland Bank. You can pass, you see Laurentine, you see Teresh from the country. Of course, we definitely met, but we always like to see our alumni. Anytime you're in town, please do pass by, say hi, let us meet for the first time. I think more than 98% of this class have not met face to face. That's the funny thing. So it's good that we met, or we met everybody in the graduation day. The picture you see is the last graduation that we had. I was meeting more than 90% of the people first time, and you get to see people that you have never seen for the first time. And that's the fun of the mini MBA program. All right, people, keep winning, keep building. And there's one thing I believe, this is the easiest dispensation to become very successful. But having the right knowledge is the light that you need to become very successful. If you get the right knowledge, and of course, you put God first place, trust me, you will look at the world and it will become so small for you. Right. Have a great night. This was extra long than our normal class, but I hope that it was worth it. And let's stay in touch. And please, very important, build networks among yourselves, okay? Reach out to people, connect is very powerful, okay? Build networks. There are so many great people here. Some people don't know. They don't write titles in their names or foreheads, but until you build relationships, because you know that there are heavyweight people here that you can partner, you can collaborate, you can be stranded somewhere someday and somebody can speak for you. You see, this is one of my greatest strengths, that I have gift of men who, because just sharing what God has given me, and they get to always serve me whenever I need help. It's so powerful. Okay, reach out to people. There's nothing wrong with you. Make sure you have spoken to everybody in the WhatsApp group one-on-one, inbox them one-on-one, introduce yourself. There's only a common denominator, which is the WhatsApp group, right? Connect together, share together in the same town. Why not go visit somebody in the office, go out for coffee, go out for dinner? No, relationships are critical in professional growth, okay? So don't shy away. Don't shy away from people. Executives invest in professional relationships. All right, everybody. All right, team 2 is planning for a hangout. That's good. That's good. Beautiful. Please take some pictures and do share with us, okay? Very good. Very good. All right, people. So excited. I'm so excited in my spirit. You can hear my voice, right? I'm super excited. Even if you see my face, I'm smiling. Let me put my video. See how I'm smiling all through. That's how proud I am of the presentation that you guys have done, right? So powerful. Well done, well done. All right, guys, have a great night, and let's stay in touch. Blessings.